course, he's played in many first-class games, lots of close games, but just I think the intensity.
Hi everyone, it's Norman Kochnick here for Eyes on Cricket with Norman Kochnick. I'm here much earlier than expected. Well, about 16 minutes earlier, because we reached a certain gripping point of this test match between India and England. And I'm a bit over the commentary, so I thought I'd perhaps make my own commentary. No, that's not true. The reality is England are 7 for 108. Siraj was fantastic. He deserved a hat-trick. Those two deliveries that he took, both Moeen Ali and, of course, Sam Curran out. It was magnificent. This is extremely gripping. It's a real pity. And there's a so-called 100 balls remaining, they're saying. It's not 100, but it's actually 100 balls. Oh, hell, what was that? It does look like they're trying a little bit too hard at the moment, in particular Siraj. They need to just bowl a good line of length and just allow that to take charge, because a fair degree of leg side deliveries, and they have picked up a couple of edges, but it's more or less not really the bowling tactic at this very moment in time. You can't knock. This is an amazing situation. 3 weeks to go. It'll be quite unfortunate if there's a draw. Obviously, there's no way that England can win. The only way is it'll be a draw or a potential Indian victory, which is quite remarkable considering the circumstances. Hello, is Sunday Apathamsri? You're back? You're up past your bedtime, are you? What time is it there? And if you're in England, so it's not past your bedtime at all. It's about, what, roughly 5:45 p.m. in England. You think this match will be a draw? Well, that's the only way that an English supporter could look at this point in time, because there's no other result that would be satisfactory for England. They certainly won't be getting a win. For it to be a draw, well, at this point in time, it does look like it's more that way. But I'll tell you what, just 1 or 2 wickets. I'm a little bit surprised that India are not going on the all-out attack. That means all their positions are filled when they're in. You know, this was the catch that was dropped there. So Josh Butler is still there. It was a drop catch by Kohli. It was a pretty ordinary attempt, to be honest with you, at his level. And you know, I love England. I can see that. What do you think of Shami versus Bumrah partnership? Samuelson, that was absolutely amazing. So when Banerjee says we need a miracle, well, the miracle's pretty close to happening, I'd say. England have only got 108 for 7. You could have argued, and we can talk in hindsight quite easily, that should India have declared earlier? Should they have gone well before lunch? 50 to 60 runs less would have been more than enough, potentially. Potentially more than enough. There's a lot of banter going on. Kohli and Butler are having a bit of a chat now. There's a lot of talk going on. So Kohli's having a lot of finger waving and probably needs to stop it now. I think he's going a little bit too far. I cried a lot when Root got out this Sunday. He said, well, he shouldn't have, because he's batted so well for so long. He can't be successful forever. He got a very good delivery from Bumrah, which was taken by Kohli for the slip, so you can't exactly say that. England had a lot of luck. Bumrah's a bit of a key here, because he's capable of darting in some nice Yorkers and taking wickets very, very quickly. I think the answer is Bumrah and Siraj. Shami's not bad as well, but I think Bumrah and Siraj are the two that can do it. I think that's, and maybe even Ishant Sharma, if he bowls accurately, like he can do, he certainly makes the batsman play. There's a lot behind that as well. So we've had very close matches so far. You just don't know, do you? I mean, looking at the West Indies versus Pakistan, that was down to the last wicket as well. New Zealand for sure. You're talking about the World Test Championship. India versus which team best in the test format? Well, New Zealand certainly won the World Test Championship, so they deserve the title. at this point in time. They're playing each other, I think, in November in India. So that'll be interesting. Well, at this point in time, it's hard to really say what's going to happen here. But 3 wickets is probably one too many at the moment. There's a number of overs left, but it can happen very, very quickly. Butler has already been dropped by Kohli. That will be a decision of an actual dismissal they will rule not taking. Yes, and I'm a bit confused with, you got quality. I mean, Mike Atherton's certainly up there. Dinesh Karthik's done a very good job for India, but Mel Jones, I'm not sure. I don't know what she's doing there. First of all, she's Australian. Secondly, commentary's rather ordinary. She talks about experiences that don't have any relationship to this at all, and I don't think she's a good commentator. Issa Gill is 100 miles better. She's a very good female commentator. But Mel Jones, I'm sorry. I find her voice annoying, and I don't really have much interest. Josh Butler seems to be a very calming influence, because it's certainly, Robertson seems a bit fiery. He's already proven that when he was out bowling, and they're giving it to him. The likes of certainly Siraj with Kohli and Punt, well, they're certainly giving it to Robertson and getting in his ear, and he's also retaliating, and there's a lot of banter. And when Sharmi and Bumrah were batting, it was pretty clear that both Butler and Anderson were having a lot of words with them, and they were not happy. This is only the second test, and the banter's through the roof. We've got 3 more test matches of this. For India's sake, they should be very happy that they are in this situation. They really didn't look like they were going to win this test match at all. In fact, they looked like they were going to be beaten. They've turned this around dramatically today with great batting from, oh, Jesus, fallen short. Rohit Sharma also dropped a catch earlier too, which was, it didn't end up paying them too much because they ended up getting Hamid. He looked awful. The openers went, it's actually this very interesting stat. It's the first time that 2 openers in an England team have got ducks ever. It's quite a stat. And there's an element of the slips being a little bit too deep, although it does become harder when the ball keeps lower. But you probably need to consider moving forward in the slips, albeit it makes it slightly more dangerous, but it's probably the place where you like to go. Hi, Nisanka Karunaratne. Are you? I'm guessing you're Sri Lankan. Kahormada. Can India win here? India can certainly win Prasanna Minda. Certainly can. Another edge. They need to be completely on the attack. Every feeling just needs to be completely in an attacking mode. There's no point in trying to save runs here. There's no issue here. Prasanna Minda, you're Indian. Love it all. Govinda Bashali out. Can you win here? So Nisanka, thank you. You've got some amazing videos. Thank you. Nisanka, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you're a subscriber because that's my intention. I'm trying to expand what I've got here, and the more viewers I get, the better. We've only got a couple of viewers now because I was just glued to the game. I'm waiting for my co-host to come on. I'm expecting quite a few. England will be bowled out for 124. That's a pretty bold statement. Nisanka Karunaratne, you're some Sri Lanka. Nisanka, are you in Sri Lanka? Are you currently in Sri Lanka? Where are you? Colombo, Bambalapitiya, Ratnapitiya, Korte, Pitakorte? Nisanka Karunaratne. I was actually married to a Sri Lankan for some, well, roughly 14, 15 years. Love the country, love India, love the subcontinent, quite frankly. I've been to a lot of the areas many a time. Mookie, England will be bowled out for 124. So what are they currently? They're getting close then. Let's hope there's a result here. Barami, way to go. You want to join, bro? Started early. Norman, of course, it started early. Why would he not wait until 3 o'clock? As I told you, the match is going to the last hour, and Coley's getting a bit anxious here. He's worked up, and so are the bowlers. It's been a good policy, but they need to calm down a little bit and just concentrate on a good ball length. Govinda Bashal, you're saying England will be all out 118. I'm just happy I'll be happy with just all out at the moment. How many overs left to bowl for today? I think it's about 19, if I'm not wrong. Once we get rid of this commercial. The minimum of overs remaining is 15, they're saying. England is 7 for 112. 7 for 112, and you need 3 wickets to win. They're not saying England need 160 to win, are they, or whatever it is. That's completely out of the equation. So really, there should be no defensive field placements at all. Now, where are they off? They seem to be off. There must be a drinks break. So there's a minimum of 15 overs to bowl, they're saying. Because we're down to what is now, well, if it's 3 a.m. almost, effectively that would leave us with at 6 p.m. So they're looking at the last hour of play, starting at 6 p.m., leaves 15 overs. Bumrah's 9th wicket partnership was 89 runs on 120 balls. Magnificent. Sharma getting a fantastic 50 and well supported by Bumrah. And it wasn't Punt that was the hero today. How the match has turned around, I know no one predicted it. You're right. India will win. Let's hope they do. All we need now is Butler quick to wrap it up. They should be concentrating probably more on I would argue, Robinson. Because once they get Robinson, look, they've got some pretty ordinary batsmen that come. Wood's a bit of a bunny, and certainly James Anderson, they know how to get him out. I hope the drop catch don't cost India. Well, that was a drop catch from Josh Butler you're talking about, Baramo, and the Kohli drop. That was a bit of a shock. Imagine Sharma. Sharma will be pretty close to the man of the match after he's 50 odd. Be nice to see Sharma get the last couple of wickets, actually. But at the moment, I don't really care who. I want to see a result. I don't want to see a draw. The first match could easily have been India's way. The second, they're bringing on Ishant Sharma to bowl, and he loves the Lord's pitch. So let's have a look. He's bowling from the nursery end. All the balls, interestingly, taken off the wicket now. Robinson's. I have 2 or 3 under his helmet, and barraging. India do not need one single man in a defensive field position. Looks like Ishant Sharma just had to do the tumble. The pitch has actually held up very, very well. The pitch has certainly held up well. Kohli's there, and I can see. That was just a previous footage, and we're looking at Ashwin next to him. Now, Ishant Sharma's just leaving the ball outside stump. He's got to make the batsman play in this circumstance. With 14.4 overs, you've got to make them play. It's going to be on off stump. It looks like we've got a replacement fielder there as well. Ishwaran is on the field. Young bloke, we've got Axar Patel on the field. And I'll throw a third person who I didn't recognise initially. Josh Butler and Hasim drink for okay. 15 overs remain. Still, there are high chances for India to win, but Taylor's are always been a headache for India, for any side for that matter. Surprisingly, no wicket for Jadeja and also Anderson. There it is, but I don't think it's more a matter now that they need to have bowlers that are taking wickets on now. And that certainly is Bumrah and certainly is Siraj. They're the 2 that I would have on. We've got Ishant Sharma here. I reckon they'll give him a couple of overs, but he's bowling balls just outside of stump and Robinson's is harmless and letting them go. That's not much use. You need to put them on the stumps. He must be made to play. And the attacking positions certainly need to come in. They've got a fair few attacking positions. They've got a shortish cover and a shortish mid wicket. They can bring them right in. I reckon they should bring them under the helmet. Myself. Ishant Sharma's bowling just a nice outside off start line. He's not really threatening at the moment. Jay's getting no wickets. It's surprising, actually, Sonny. You reckon? Yeah, well, Jay's can get wickets. He's got over 200 test wickets. It can't be. Kohli's been off this. Is Kohli been off the field for a minute? And he's having a chat with Mashadov and Ridwan Saha, who are both sitting there. And he's showing how he dropped the catch, which I don't care how he dropped the catch. He dropped the catch. Best part was the DRS on Bairstow, yes. Well, the best part is the victory. That's what the best part is now. They've got to finish this off. Ooh, that was let go. And you got to put the ball on the stumps now. Against Robinson, I'll be bowling right at his feet or just on off stump. Robinson certainly must have given a bit of verbal stick to the Indian batsmen because they were at him as soon as he walked on. Even on the last day, no wicket for Australia. It's surprising, actually. He had the wicket of Moen, but no ball. Yeah, that's true. He did, but he's out now. We need right area bowling until the end. Yes, we do. Arjun, come on. We need off stump and middle stump. That's more like it. That was live fish and Tano. And India do need another wicket pretty quickly. Looking at the list showing that West Indies Pakistan result when West Indies won by 1 wicket and will lead the two-test series 1-0. And Shane Afridi got 4 wickets in both innings, pretty impressive. Young Jaden Seals got a fifer on his 19-year-old, pretty impressive. Bowers Hunt got 50 odd. Yeah, the scores are pretty low, but yeah, West Indies won, but ever so just. A draw's not what India would want now. They need to win this. They've got the opportunity. They've got, as well, 14 overs isn't many. All you need is 3 balls, don't you? Hardik Pakriolis, they've dropped the catches, drop matches there. Kohli dropped Josh Butler, and he's still out there. Kohli reminds me of Tim Payne. I wouldn't go that far. Although he has been quite mouthy, hasn't he? He's been quite lippy this match. He should maybe a little bit too much, perhaps. Hasn't won the match. They need to win the match to be able to get away with a bit of cockiness. No point in drawing it. 7-1, 112. 160 runs more than they scored more than 160 runs ahead. The reality is that perhaps India just batted a little bit too long. They went out to be cheeky after lunch. I get that. But they probably should have declared before lunch and had 2 bites of the cherry. And that may have added to the situation. They got both openers out for a duck anyway, so that wasn't an issue. They got wickets very quickly. Yes, who's out? Why are you asking it, Sunday? Stunner, 112 for 7. Who's out? Well, the ones that are left, Butler and Robinson are in bat, and Wood and Anderson. There isn't much batting left. I want to say that no one, they wanted to be safe first. I won't say that no one, they wanted to be safe first. Yeah, they didn't need to be. I actually thought that 200 and, what was it? I can't remember exactly, 259 or was it 259? It was probably a touch too many. They probably needed to go for around the 220 mark. Would have been more than enough, as it's showing. No, India will not get a new ball. No, is that what the question was? Because 80 overs required to getting a new ball, correct? And they've only, I don't know how many overs have gone. How many overs have gone now? Yeah, they're not going to be enough. So it's a minimum overs of 13.3. It doesn't mean they'll only bowl 13.3. But if they go within the hour, because the last hour's play, it looks as though they've allowed last hour's play until 7 p.m. It's England time, which is 4 a.m. my time, and it'll be about 11:30 Indian time. And the rest of the world fits into that. You Sonny, you don't have TV? Man, Ollie is playing really good. He's surviving. But need to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. You need a Bumrah Yorker. And you're starting to get a little bit frustrated. They can't afford that. Please don't type anything. Bye, Sunday. No, Josh Butler not out. Do Aussie have bowlers the same calibre of Cummins? Not many. What, Josh Butler out? Brahma, are you saying what Josh Butler was dropped by Kohli? And that could well be, if he was gone down, he's a large recognised batsman. Ollie Robinson's pretty determined. He's a pretty good, interesting character. He's got a bit of fight about him, that's for sure. We suddenly said Josh Butler out. But, well, no, we're still batting at the moment. No, I don't. Josh Butler's still playing. If we get one, we're getting the last 5 overs, then we surely win the match. Arjun Kumar, I think they need to get a wicket now, an 8th wicket. Butler's gone to 20 after 79 deliveries, which is a very uncharacteristic slowness. Butler normally is known to score 79 deliveries. So, see, Sunday didn't say Butler out. I think she was asking. I just asked, yeah. Never lose hope. We will surely get it while we're getting a quick time. Arjun Kumar, I like you have confidence. Okay, goodbye to you, Sunday. So Joe Root, albeit 33, he's not top scored yet again in the second innings. At the moment, if it's a draw, it probably will be Joe Root's net player of the match. Imagine 180 runs are invaluable now. Absolutely invaluable. Absolutely invaluable. So when you're declared 8 for 298, they probably could have given an extra hour's play to the bowling side. Yeah. Zoe Saniaka just needs a wicket now. You do. Come on, let's get the wicket. That was. I don't know whether Shah Sharma's the bowler I would put on. He's bowling a hell of a lot of balls, way too wide outside off stump. Any batsman in this position will just let them totally go. So it's a dot ball is a great ball for them. Now Bumrah, Siraj, so they're the 2 bowlers that I would have on. And look a bit worried. There's Graham Thorpe, I can see there. He looks decidedly not happy. Well, the good thing is India will not lose. Yeah, it's kudos stuff. Definitely goes to India the way they turned the match around. Amazing to see both Shami and Bumrah do what they did. Have an 89 unbeaten partnership there at the end, and then they didn't need Rishabh Pant. Brahmarani says, I hope England don't get off the hook in this match. Yeah, I do too. But kudos gets to go to India for their first. I'm a bit amazed how many no balls that Bumrah's bowled. He's 14 in the first innings, and he's bowled a few, I think, in the second. Quite disturbing. Baram, I was on for 4 hours earlier today. Where were you? I would never have you on there. Ishak Sharma needs to put the ball on the stumps. He's bowling balls outside off stump. Butler will just let the ball go. You've got to force them to. At this stage of the match, they're going to be forced to play the ball. Either you bowl short in the ribs, or you get it on the stumps, on the nose. India will not lose. Even England can't win the match. No one said, please change your wordings. India will not lose. No, that's true. Even England can't win a match. India will not lose. India can't lose. India won't win. Sorry. India won't lose. England won't win. Sorry. Yes, saw that later. Amazing stamina you have, Norman. I'll come on once the match gets over. Whatever the result, I'm happy. Okay. well, it's good for India. The situation is good for India. They didn't lose this match. It's back to all square now. It's a 3-test series to play. And that's not a bad situation. The reality is, the beginning of the day's play, there was really no discussion whatsoever. No discussion whatsoever of India actually winning this match. There was no discussion. It was either England or a draw. That was basically what was discussed, and a pipe dream Indian win. But the way that Shami and Bumrah batted and put such a huge number of runs on in an 89-run partnership, and in turn took away the equation of England actually winning down to 1% at one stage. In fact, it's nil now. Then things psychologically happened to England. They knew that, and they lost it. 2 overs for a duck. Hamid looked very poor as well, and really only it's been Root and now Butler that have put up the most resistance. And they're 7 for 116. Awful, considering they got 391 on their first innings. To crash to 7 for 116 is incredible. And even at this point, if there is only a draw, India can be very much happy with their situation. It's getting boring. The match here is a bit. Sharma's got to bowl something out of the box. A short ball up in his ribcage. Give him one. Ooh, that's a good delivery. On the stump, kept low. Could easily either bowl him or maybe not got him LBW. Hopefully England survive this match so that series will remain still interesting. I think it's interesting either way. Imagine how one partnership of Shami Bumrah turned the tide. They certainly did, Baram. They certainly did. But they could have done this. They could have done even better or even easier if they got Root out for less runs. So those two did a magnificent job. They've turned this from as I said, it was I think at one stage during the day, the percentages of victory were 38% England, 31% Australia. 38% England, 31% India, and 31% a draw. And that ended up turning around completely to 24% India, 1% England, and 75% draw. And through this innings, it's ebbed and flowed between a lot higher percentage for India victory, I would imagine, and a lot less for a draw and 0 for England. No, I wouldn't get Jadeja and Hardik if I would put on Siraj and Bumrah. They're the two I would put on now. Josh Butler's 23 not out. It's been a pretty important innings, actually. And he was dropped at first slip by Kohli. Let's not forget that. Afghanistan fell, Raj's Bhargav, you mean in terms of the country, yes. One thing I would like most, cricket will win this match. Why? Because spectacular form for both teams. Yeah, I do see Arjun. Nice comment. I don't think India will be disappointed. In fact, almost the whole team is coming to form. That's a good point. Suman Awashi, hello. Norman, how much you are impressed from the Indian team, especially not to. I think it's magnificent. That's fighting spirits coming from one man. One man, their captain. He's doing that to them. That was a very simple catch by Kohli. Kohli dropped that. Very unusual. In fact, Rohit Sharma also drops an fairly easy catch as well, but that didn't count too much because they took the wicket not long after of, was it Hamid? I can't remember who it was, but yeah, they got their wicket pretty quickly after, so it doesn't matter. It's really the wicket of Butler that's becoming crucial here. They drop catch of Kohli. Pity. Still 11 overs to go, guys. 3 balls will do it. So the Afghani cricket team will play. In fact, it was Taliban who got cricket to Afghanistan. Was that right? Well, let's not talk about it. Please don't bring up that, please. That's not a topic I want to talk about. We're not going to attribute anything positive for the Taliban. Let's be careful there. India need to go ultra attacking. They need to have, like you typically see of a spin bowler when you've got 8 or 9 around the bat. India have to do that now. Like they don't care less about the runs. Just get all the 11 overs, need all the batsmen up. Sorry, the fieldsmen up. And it looks like they are doing that now, finally. Kohli certainly has been one of the best captains. His average suggests that. That's the delivery, really full. Yeah, Arjun Kumar Anderson was fantastic, although he didn't take a wicket in the second innings at all, which was a little bit unusual. With some 11.2 overs left, India need 3 wickets to win. England is 7.16. They will not get the 200 and whatever it is to win. No hand chance for that. Yeah, Bumrah and Sharma both so far bowled an outside off stump line. You've got to attack the stumps now. Everything's got to be at the stumps, either short of the stumps or full of the stumps. India will be disappointed if they don't win this. But they should be also very happy that they've come back the way they have a chance. Vimal Prabhakar is certainly a certainly exciting match. Yeah, West Indies and Pakistan was nailed by the yesterday too, right? Have lost by now, so need to bite. What bite your teeth? If short ball will fit the next game, then next match surely will be more interesting for this match. Arjun Kumar, Stuart Broad is out for the series. And Mark Wood looks like he's injured as well, as we saw. Ooh, that was Butler on 2 was dropped by Kohli off Bumrah. That was wasn't a difficult catch. Kohli's going, well, that was not cool. What should be hanging his head? Even Wood and Anderson look injured. Wood's definitely injured. Wood it wouldn't put any pressure on his right shoulder. Whether it was an impact injury or not, it's not good. Anderson also looked like a worse for wear. I think his ankle didn't hold up very well. Whereas Jofra Archer, Arjun Kumar, haven't been watching him here. Jofra Archer has had a reoccurrence of his elbow injury. Stress fracture in his elbow. He has also a bone growth on the bone of his elbow. He's out for the season indefinitely at this point. Looks like he'll be out for the Ashes as well. Ben Stokes is not likely to play for the Ashes either. Arjun Kumar, why is he not picking on Jofra Archer? Because he's injured. He's got a chronic injury. Robinson looked pretty good today, I thought. India need to just take a deep breath now and just calm down and bowl on the stumps. Arjun Kumar, Chris Wokes, if fit, will probably play the next test. Rahman Reigns G, where is Jofra Archer? Jofra Archer is injured. Petrush JHA has joined us. Wokes is injured, but should be back by the next test apparently. And Jofra Archer's out indefinitely. Ben Stokes is out indefinitely. Looks like Wood will be out, I reckon, the next test. And Anderson's would be in some doubt as well. Maybe Sakib Mahmood will get a go. He looks pretty good. You're right, brothers. Expectations of taking wickets, you're right. But all they're going to do is calm down and bowl right where it needs to be bowled and let the batsman make a mistake. You would think that Robinson could make a mistake. Butler's a good bat. He should throw a nice Yorker into his ribcage. Butler's doing a good job of saving this match, but it shouldn't have been in this situation to start with. They will be playing 100 also in between before the next test. The 100, yes, they will. Jason Gillespie has done a great job with this young Sharma when he was playing county cricket, as well as he actually had a lot to do with Robinson as well, down at Sussex, I think it was, or at least the Ground Hove. Jason Blessing, and I really love England cricket team. Thank you, your Sunday. You've said it a few times now. Throw Yorker into ribcage. How can he throw Yorkers aren't in the ribcage? They get a full toss. there's a bit more of a smile on the England camp. They're thinking that they've got more of a situation. There's only 10 overs to go. 3 wickets is going to be hard to get. But one comes in 2 sessions during this match. 2 wickets have come at the same score. So Ishant Sharma's bowling way too wide outside stump. It's a complete waste of the delivery. He should take his time and bowl on the stumps. If you're an England fan, you'd be slightly happier at this point. Whoever comes to Arnie, so what is the result, sir? Well, at the moment, England are 7 for 117, 7 for 117. India needs 3 more wickets. Butler is not at 23, Robinson 9. Ishant Sharma's taken 2 wickets and he's bowling now. So the amount of runs England need are irrelevant. They're not going to win, but India need 3 wickets. Simple, within about 10 over spell. That's a bit of delivery. On range G, I think India will win. Well, we chance at this point. So why is Aussies weak in the T20? That's a long story. We've got so many issues, it's not funny. Where do we start? Ishant has really done a great job picking it up sometimes. The way he gets some wickets. It's literally like how Jason Gillespie used to bowl. Yeah, true. Why are they not trying Ben Duck in the test matches? Don't know. He probably hasn't quite batted well enough. He's a batsman or is he a bowler? I don't know much, but he played in the series against Pakistan, didn't he? That's Ishant Sharma's got his line of length there, right on the stumps. My beard is long. I haven't shaven for the whole test series. I haven't got a barber to go to. We're all closed up here. We're in lockdown. I love my barber. I'm going to have to go and do it myself, which I'm very lazy. Will the Asia Cup happen or not? Well, I haven't heard anything more about that at this point. I don't know. Frustrating. Well, the Asia Cup is a great tournament, actually. It brings a lot of the teams together. Obviously, the main ones, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and like. It also brings together lesser countries like Oman, Maldives, Bhutan, a whole range of others, Malaysia, even Thailand, I think, is in it as well. It's a good league. It's a good league there, Asia Cup. Don't shave, it looks great. I'm going to have to shave at some point. What about Mohammad Amir? Well, he's playing a lot of the super leagues around the world. He's doing okay. I think he's in the 100, isn't he? Will Amir join New Zealand? That's the question, isn't it? Apparently there's something about him moving to New Zealand. You're right, I heard that. I think he has to qualify. I think to qualify would be difficult in terms of time, at least. Cricket in the Olympics, that's a great thing, isn't it? It'll be in the Commonwealth Games next year in Birmingham for the women, and I'd say pretty strong likelihood in 2028 in Los Angeles, and then 2032 in Brisbane in Australia. David Willey's a very good all-rounder. He can play Test cricket. Conditions are good for swing bowling. He could well one day, maybe. Bumrah. He can take wickets. Bumrah's going to bring in one of his classic Yorkers. Because Robinson's looking pretty damn cool. And we'll have the last laugh. England batters quite. Robinson looks very assured. Amir will move to England. His wife is English. Kristen, why go to New Zealand? I thought it was England too, actually. England is missing its big players. What big players? Well, definitely Ben Stokes and Archer. Yeah, oh, that's a good delivery from Jasprit Bumrah right up there. It is heading for a draw. England missing its bell. Ben Stokes is certainly a big player for this England side. No doubt about that. There's a lot of Indians that are now the Indian heritage, people from Indian heritage living in England, of Indian heritage, but they go for England. It does frustrate me watching when the score is 7 for 119 without any chance of getting the runs. The batsmen just defend. It's typical Test cricket, though. And Bumrah's gone around the wicket now, bowling short, and is going to certainly. He should throw a few under Robinson's helmet. Why England tried to sledge against Bumrah, that's why England are in deep trouble from my point of view. Yeah, they certainly did serve Bumrah up and Sharmi, and they both, on the balcony, I can see Sibley, Burns, and Curran. What's common about those three? They all go out for a duck. That's more like a bouncer from Bumrah that he needs to actually get under his helmet. Bumrah, again, another no ball. He needs to check his run up. It's very poor for a man of his stature to bowl 14 plus no balls in the first inning. He's bowled quite a few in the second innings as well. So it's pretty 3 weeks away on 55 balls. Rishabh Pant doing a tremendous job. He's doing good. There he is. Oh, hang on. That looks out to me. That looks a bit. Oh, why isn't it out? He's going for it. That looked like he's out. That looked out to me. It looked out. We might have an LBW decision here. If that goes, now we're getting interesting. It's on the stumps, and it's come back in, and he's out. Oh my God, he's out. That was pitched on the stumps, and it cut back in, and it's going to knock over middle stump. And there's no bat on that. This is a wicket to Bumrah. Oh, he's out. My God, that's going to knock over middle and off stump together. The ball has pitched in line, and it's hitting as he's out big time. He's out big time. No, he's out big time. He's gone. Now we're getting interesting. 8 for 120, 2 wickets. Now in comes, well, not James Evans, Mark Wood. Now Mark Wood has a shoulder injury as well, so he'll be hampered with his movement. I'll be peppering it with a short ball to get him on the back foot and doing it. Great bowling from Bumrah. He got 2 or 3 short balls to Robinson, got him back, and then bowled full and got him out. Now we are at an interesting stage, guys. Now we're getting very, very interesting. This is extremely interesting. They've got 9 overs to face with 2 wickets. Now we're getting interesting. Expect another wicket to fall very quickly, guys, especially Bumrah. This is quite a dramatic win. This is an enormous win. Still, the Gabba's the biggest win they've had, considering 9 players. That you can't beat that. But this is a dramatic win, considering where they were this morning. India are in an incredible position now. Butler's still there. The drop catch of Butler could play into this. Mark Wood is not a great batsman, and he's injured. And Anderson, that's theatre if he comes in. Robinson's a good player. This reminds me of the Australian-Pakistan 18 match. Do you remember, Norman? Tim Payne saved the match for Australia. Well, yes, he did, but this could be more dramatic than that. English should win this. It's still over 9 overs. 9 overs is heaps. Again, a couple of short balls to Wood and then barrel a full toss at his stumps. Mark Wood's got a 50, surprisingly. Batting average is 17, which is a lot better than most of this. So this is the interesting thing. Don't forget Sharmi and Bumrah did very well. It was a great delivery. It was a cross seam. The ball actually cut. Yeah, that was a great delivery. 2 beamers and then wicket. I agree. A couple of short balls around his head, and then what's the time it's sitting? It's past 12. It's 3:28 in the morning, quick legends. I don't care. Okay, let's have a look here. The right bowlers run. Bumrah's one definitely, and Siraj should be the other. Or Ishant Sharma. Even Sharma deserves a chance because he. Oh, this is exciting. A minimum of 9 overs. It could go more than that, but it's a minimum of 9. It's 329 at the moment. You would. There's 9. It looks like the 9 overs will take them past time as well. Siraj is on. He's the most exciting. He deserves a go. So does Shami, but got to put the ball on the stumps. Don't just aim for the wicket of Wood. Try to get Butler out as well. Don't just concentrate on one batsman. They've got to get both out. Shami's got tails. Siraj bowled well too. He's got a lot of 5 out. They've got some firepower there. 8 for 120, England. Awful. Oh, that was probably a little bit leg sided. If Butler's still there, he should have been out. Would have been down in the last 12 if he was out. Shami can be lethal, yes, but it's all about the bowler bowling on the stumps now. LBWs are more the equation, or a short ball rising and caught it, still on. Slips, unless it's off a stick off the stumps, a batting shot off the stumps, outside they'll let it go. Oh, hang on. Oh my God. Jofra Archer's, it's not Jofra Archer, Josh Butler's played an unnecessary delivery and they're 9 down. A completely unnecessary shot. Butler was drawn into a ball he shouldn't even have touched. And now the Butler's distraught. 8.4 overs. 8.4 overs for Siraj has done it again. This ball was not incredible. Butler's followed a ball that they didn't need to touch. Incredible. That's important now. Kohli's going nuts. Kohli's got to hold back a little bit because he's got 1 wicket still to get. Anderson versus Bumrah. Siraj, it's great theatre. Great theatre. India are going to come out with a spectacular victory here, guys. They still have to get the wicket, though. They haven't won it yet. They've still got to take the wicket. Huge moment. Siraj. Man of the match should probably go to Shami after his 50 odd, in my opinion. Quick reckons victory is better than the one in the Gabba. No, the Gabba was better because of the fact that India had so many players out and won that match. And they had an amount of money. They had to get 200 over 300, wasn't it? Over 300 on the last day's play, and they got it. An unthinkable amount of runs. That was a huge moment, and on a ground where Australia have not lost in 30 odd years, whereas England lose all the time at Lords. So this is not exactly unusual. Anderson's out there. He's going to cop it. He's He's got a batting average of 9. He has scored a 50 in his ridiculous amount of tests, 164 tests. But I don't know why Butler played this. There was no need for Butler to play this, but he did. The Indian crowd have gone nuts. Nose and toe against Anderson we want. We'll see that, I'm afraid. 9 down, yes, and Anderson will be facing the heat now. You bet. Anderson looks decidedly nervous. Look, at this point, my prediction is going to come to true. I said 124 all that. You're pretty right, Murky. Only 4 runs off it. You're pretty close to right. I wonder how any of my England commentators will come on. Good delivery from Siraj. Very good delivery. But with Anderson, full on the stumps or a short bar in his helmet. Shami took him in the previous innings. Kohli's certainly reacting. Bounces it. Yeah, look, they can afford to throw off around his helmet. 120, didn't need any more than that. On the basis of this, India could have declared overnight with 154 lead. They would have won. I'm joking, but all I needed was the 154 from overnight. We were worried about 220. I must say the 220 was an imagination of ours rather than what the reality is showing. 120 for 9. It started with both openers getting out for a duck, both Sibley and Burns, and that's the first time that 2 England openers together in the same innings have got ducks. Quite a significant thing. I thought it would have happened earlier, but it hasn't. Anderson now looking decidedly nervous. He's out. It's done. They've won. Siraj has just bowled Anderson for a duck. That's 4 wickets to Siraj. He hasn't wasted any time. They've won with 8 overs to spare. England have won this. India won by 151 runs. Amazing. Kohli is ecstatic. This is an amazing victory. Not quite to the extent of the Gabba, but it is an amazing victory. It is an amazing victory. An amazing victory. Guys, this is fantastic. Really, really brilliant. Very deserved. India have absolutely smashed them. 151 run victory. Now, India were behind 27 runs on the first innings. They batted relatively poorly and really have a great innings yesterday. They're only 154 in front. But that's 154, and that was more than enough. Siraj has bowled a great delivery and bowled in. Magnificent. Siraj taking 4 wickets. Siraj took 5 against Australia at the Gabby. He's taken 4 here. Brilliant, brilliant effort. Absolutely superb effort. It's legendary performance by India. It certainly has been. So to show you there, it certainly has been. India have won fantastically here. This is a tremendous result, and I'm very, very proud of them. Incredible leadership from Virat Kohli. He's won another Test match. His percentage will go up from 59% to a higher amount. Anderson gone, neck and crop. That's it. They've won. There's Bumrah in the background. They're ecstatic. They've won the match well and truly. Bumrah's ecstatic. Amazing. Virat Kohli is ecstatic, and it deserves to be. Now, if they go straight to the 100, the telecast, they're not watching their celebrations. It's just amazing. Well, they won't be dropping anyone. India will not be dropping anyone. Rahane and of course, Pujara are staying put. India have done very, very well. They haven't needed Ashwin, which is interesting too. Siraj has taken 4 wickets. Magnificent bowling. Shami's 51, well, 50 odd not out, whatever he got. Amazing. Not out. 89 run partnership between he and Bumrah. Amazing. Root scored 180. Not out. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. His whole team didn't get more than 120. Amrish, yeah, told you with the charm, Norman. Thank you. What a day. It's been amazing. Tremendous, guys. I'm glad you're there. We'll talk about this at length. Hopefully we'll get some good guests on there. They're due here. In fact, we could have a bit of silence from the England guests. Where's Chris Vernon? Where's Reg Vernon? Where is Munchie? Where is David Gravener? You guys should be here. Adam Hollyoak, Monty Panesar. Where are you guys? I've sent you the link. You can all be attending here today. Amazing. What a day. Shami. Siraj could feature as man of the match, but I'd give it to Shami basically spatting. I think that was tremendous. Butler was out earlier, but he was dropped, but it doesn't matter now. Root's a pretty noble captain. They should bring in Ashwin. That's the last thought in their mind at the moment, I tell you. He won't miss the Indian boys for sure. He won't miss the Indian boys for sure. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we'll get Gujarat Gill and a few blokes will be on, don't worry. The reality is England were all out for 120 and 51.5 overs. India left them 60 overs, they only need 51 of them. India players are in your face like hell. They certainly are. I'm not happy. So even anyone, because Afghanistan is a very bad situation. Patricius, I have to agree, it's pretty sad from that perspective. Let's not talk about politics here. The situation with Afghanistan is disgusting and terrible. We know that. But let's move to this game. Let's enjoy this game first before we talk about things like that. Bumrah took 3 wickets for 33. Shami took 1 for 13. Jadeja done for 5. Siraj 4 for 32. Magnificent. And Sharma took 2 for 13. They all contributed. All the fast bowlers contributed. It looks as though the template of this team is correct. And even more importantly, the fact that they didn't use Ashwin may have been justified. Ashwin's non-inclusion may have been justified. Okay? Because the majority of the wickets at the end they got them all out for 120 without using Ashwin. So I don't think India have done a bad job. We need Chris Mann on the show today. We certainly do. Siraj brilliant in all conditions. He was the only one left with the energy to bowl. Even Bumrah was a bit tired. Don't worry, he would have come on. He would have bowled. Now when you're in England, we'll have relations issues because of the fight that happened. Not really. Look, both teams gave as much as they. Look, clearly, Shami and Bumrah were copying it from Robinson, Anderson, and Butler, and they just got what they deserve. I don't think there's any issues there. I think it's very healthy. I think again the determination of one man, Virat Kohli, and his captaincy has got to be remembered. He was fantastic. He was extremely explosive. He got his team revved up and they've won it. Siraj was the perfect bowling choice. Absolutely. Ashwin was not needed. Okay. Who's the guest today, Patricia? I'm not sure. We'll find out soon. This is your famed quartet. Now, they're all undroppable now. Hold on, we'll check your WhatsApp. What's my WhatsApp? Okay, I thought I did send it to you, Brown. Let me have a look. I thought I guess, hang on. All right, there we go. All right. England top order is a serious problem. They certainly are, both Burns and Sibley. In particular, Sibley. Oh my God! Bumrah man of the match for me, picking up Joe Robertson at the end. Bumrah, you can give it to Siraj, you can give it to Shami. Siraj with 8 wickets the man of the match. He took 4 and 4. That's probably deserved, I would say. Doesn't he? Siraj again stood up. Virat is always the animated captain. He will not abuse anyone like he did years ago, but he can still be animated. He's a fantastic captain. Don't knock Virat Kohli. The reason why India won today was a lot on the back of Virat Kohli. Even though he dropped a catch, his captaincy, his determination, his rallying of the forces, his aggression. You needed a bit of aggression out there to take this wickets. You need to get in their face. Congratulations. Munchie's here. First feeling as good as the outcome of this. It certainly is. Congratulations, India. Hopefully, this will be finally the end of Shit Sibley. Bowls won the game for India with the bat and ball. Absolutely. Munchie, do you want to come on? Munchie, come on. Munchie, join me. I've sent you the link, haven't I? Munchie, please come on. Fantastic victory. We need to celebrate this now, guys. We need to go through this quite a bit. Look who deserved. Look, batting of Shami and Bumrah today. What a magnificent 89-run partnership. They'd lost punts early. They could easily have been scheduled, but those two came to the fore. In the end, their 89 runs wasn't even needed. They could have declared it 154 overnight, but of course that wasn't the case. Magnificent. Himanshu Agwal. Yeah, but mate, he's searching for the ball outside off stump too much. You're talking about Kohli. Let's not have a negative about Kohli. He's won the match because of his captaincy. I'll tell you right now. I mean, a few minutes Norman needs to head out the seven. That's okay, but come on, Munchie. Well done. Absolutely well done. Shami and Bumrah's batting was out of syllabus. That's true. Anshuman Galton, music harmony. Thanks to Munchie. Kudos to Shami, Siraj, Bumrah, and Ishan. Unbelievable stuff. That's true. Okay, so Shami and Bumrah's batting was amazing. But it was the attitude. Thanks to Munchie. Yes, bowlers did. Okay, Munchie's going to come on now. In fact, he's here now, I think. Baram Rani's here.
Hi, Munchie. Oh, hi, Norman. I don't Munchie.
I'm not Munchie, but you're excited. That's good to see. It's been a fantastic result. I don't think you could say it's as big a deal as the Gabba. The Gabba test was phenomenal because we had 9 players out. But this is right up there, though.
I think the most fun I had in watching this whole match was today morning. Shami and Bumrah's batting. That was amazing. Means like the English players were completely lost. They had once they were both at 20-30s. It looked at is that they are just playing or toying with them. They had no idea of they were completely gone berserk. The
It
players
was a
said,
mental. It was. Look, why that happened this morning was. I'm telling you now, Virat Kohli's his positivity around the team camp, never can say no, never can die, win at all costs, be aggressive, take charge, is coming from Kohli, well and truly. And the likes of Bumrah are standing up for himself because Bumrah's a pretty quiet guy, I think. I don't think he's aggressive at all. I think, well, Siraj, we know he's on another planet. But, the reality is that Kohli set that up by getting those blokes to they're playing out of their skin. Siraj at the end was absolutely brilliant. Don't you think, Brahm? He's probably the man of the match, I'd say.
Probably. And the only thing I would say regret is he did not get 5 wickets to get his name on the honor board. In the first innings, he got 4, and hi Manchi. And in the second innings, he got 4. How are you, Manchi? Good.
Okay. Now, we'll let Munchie talk now because Brahm and I will be talking for him. Okay, Munchie, let's have it. What's your thoughts?
Well, I think Brahm, I was just sorting myself out and getting the background sorted out. I thought Brahm was very correct. The game was effectively went away from England in the morning. Now, we said this last night, if India could bat on and get 20 or 30, to 220 to 230. But, with Pant getting out so early, you would expect it then India to roll over or expect the England bowlers. But they batted out of their skins. But I think England got caught up in what had happened the previous night with the Bumrah and Anderson confrontation. Probably confrontation is too strong a word, but people saw what happened there. So of course the bowlers are trying to gang up on the Indian batsmen, red mist, and they're just bowling crap. I mean, all the guys were doing, they were just standing back thinking, well, the ball's going to come at me short, so I'll just stand back and play it. Wood does have a really good Yorker, a bit like Bumrah, but how often was it bowled? And I think that was it. Just the field placings, the bowling, it wasn't as good. And as soon as India then, the game was safe for them, and you could see it on the WinViz thing that England 1%, draw 65, and then India 35%. You could see, near enough that's where the game was. And then when it came to obviously the batting side for England, India got off to a brilliant start. And how many times have I mentioned it on commentary and also on here? England have the potential to be 20 for 2 very easily. In fact, we went 20 better. We were 0 for 2 or 1 for 2. And obviously to come back from that, I thought Hamid was very good out there given the pressure and obviously just an unfortunate ball. Besto again, last ball before a break. But the key one, of course, as we said before, was Root. And then I think Bairstow did very well. Buttler did very well. Siraj produced a couple of Jaffas to get rid of Moeen Ali and Sam Curran. And really after that, it was only a matter of when. It was just a very disappointing performance from England's batsmen at the top order. I think if England had managed to survive an hour and a half without losing a wicket or 1 wicket, then the momentum and India's adrenaline would have then gone down. Whereas getting so many early wickets to start with, you can see the Indian team and everyone was pumped up. And that momentum then kept them going. And so, I'll just put it blame. Difficult to say blame, but until we get that top order sorted out, England are not going to be able to challenge India.
Look, the reality is, you said it perfectly right, Munchie. But the thing that really gets me the most is the mental strength of India. From yesterday till today, this whole last 24 hours has been India. The way they've turned out with the batting and obviously the bowling in the innings, it's been really incredible certainty about what they wanted to do. They were out to achieve. They were not going to have a draw. They wanted to win. And England's mentality has always been vulnerable or under question in a situation like this. Why? Because Root's a great player and a great captain, but he's rather defensive. And I think that their attitude was, they were certainly not looking to be attacking in their batting. There was like a certain amount of defeatism already in the way they batted. Even back to the New Zealand Test match, the way that Sibley batted, he got 60, but it was so dour and so defensive in the mindset when they should have probably won that match. Williamson gave them the option to try to win it, and they didn't do it. That's where England's failing at the moment, is their attitude on the last day of a Test match. It was certainly found wanting. But India, amazing.
India were great. England were never going to get those runs in 2 sessions, not with the Indian bowling attack.
No.
But still, they should have been capable enough to bat. Rory Burns.
It's a bat normally, not close up shot, because when you close up shot, you're vulnerable immediately.
Yeah, but you look at the shots. Rory Burns played this weird shot going out to leg and got the leading edge. And this is what I was saying before about my. Oh no, I'm hardly not exactly a professional batsman. Probably Chris is a better person to mention it. But Rory Burns seems to me has too many moving parts, and so when something goes wrong, there's always something. How did it get there? Because his bat starts off going towards gully and then seems to come across him going towards leg, and the leading edge gets taken there, and Sibley got squared up again. So it's I don't know how England are going to do it. What are they going to do? Are they going to keep with the same team? I know, David Graveney, who's sage, when it comes to cricket knowledge, was saying we should keep with the same team. Is it purely down to confidence, the mentality of the batsman? I don't know.
I would argue that Sibley's under some question. I think he really needs to be looked at very closely. They need to consider perhaps batting Hamid as an opener, if that's what he really is. Sibley's a worry for me.
Yeah, well, Aaron Singh's made a very valid point. Yeah, Ollie Pope to come in with Sibley. Hamid goes up to open. Pope comes in, but then who's your number 3? Root won't want to go up. I don't think Pope's experienced enough or solid enough to be number 3. Bairstow's not a number 3. So, do you bring back Zach Crawley into that position? I don't know. So there's a lot of questions that need to be discussed, and I'm sure the England team will go through that.
Well, this is huge because India getting a 1-0 lead at this early stage could well have been 2-0 after the first test. And you have to think now, Munchie and Biram, the first test match could well have gone the same way as today if there was no rain.
Oh, indeed.
The medal thing.
Yeah. And you look at the week. Yeah, we've got Headingley next week, then Edgbaston, then Old Trafford. So you've got some. So Headingley can be a seamer's paradise, or as shown by Stokes against Australia, 4th wicket, you can bat all day on it. Edgbaston, once again, potentially for seamers. And then Old Trafford in September. Well, it's Manchester in September. The likelihood is you're going to have 5 days of rain. But I think England needs to look at the batting. Is Chris Woakes going to be fit enough to come in to help support the bowling? Because looking at Wood's shoulder injury, I don't think he'll play next week.
But today even Anderson did not look in color. I felt that even he's having some kind of a niggle or something.
I think Anderson's carrying an ankle injury. The way he took that ankle strap off.
Yeah, well, at 38 years old, if Anderson's not carrying anything, then I would be very surprised. And that's why
actually
they look
39, almost 40 now.
Yeah. No, he just turned 38. Just turned 39. We had the discussion before, Norman. Yeah.
Yeah, but hang on, you said he was 38.
Oh, it's numbers to me. Yeah.
I mean, look, but Munch is notable. Where is Chris Vernon now? He normally likes to, whenever England wins, or we're joking with him now, but whenever he wins, he's here and with bells on. But when they lose, he's not here. So I'm very proud of him, Munchie, coming on.
Chris is probably, don't forget, during the summer, Chris has a lot of work responsibilities that he's got to try and fit in with his cricket responsibilities. So he's got the full-time job.
5 minutes, Munchie, 5 minutes.
Hey, just talk to Chris and Richard. That's nothing to do with me.
I'm just joking.
As Chris said yesterday, he was up front and centre throughout the whole of the winter tour when we were getting annihilated after the first test. So give him some kudos there.
No, that's true. I mean, the reality is that India have taken a 1-0 lead in this test series. Mm-hmm. It's quite enormous, isn't it, Munchie? And Baram, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, let's let Baram talk, because obviously India of the success. I'm just going to sit here and moan about how pathetic England were.
I was telling myself, moving on to the next 3 tests and also the Ashes tour coming up for England, there's a lot to see, because the way I look at it right now, for India, the only problem was the 3-4-5, which I believe with the way Pujara and Rane batted, I think at least one of them will definitely score, or maybe even both of them. Where will Kohli be? Anyway, Kohli is in the team because of his captaincy, so no issue over there. So looking forward, things are looking bright. But on England side, I see a lot of problems. Except for Root, the whole batting lineup is a mess. Bairstow clicks sometimes, or he does not click sometimes. Other than that, I see it's a complete mess. And bowling is also, other than Anderson and I think Robinson, but then these people, the people who are injured right now, they need to. I don't know when will they come in. That doesn't look like very so big problems moving ahead for England, which doesn't look like they will sort it out.
And Munchie, just two things I want to ask to you while you're here. First time the two opening batsmen for England have got ducks. Did you know that?
Yep, in first time in 531 tests.
That's amazing, isn't it? I'm quite shocked at that. I would have thought that would have happened before.
Yeah, it's a sad
And
indictment.
England broke their own record of the most ducks by the top 3 or 4 batsmen in a calendar year.
Just keep going, Barami. Every time you say something, it's another dagger in my heart.
Okay.
I mean, Sam Curran got the first king pair as well.
Yeah, I know. It was unlucky. Just got 2 absolute snorter of deliveries.
Incredible deliveries.
Yeah.
Really,
but as we discussed yesterday as well, is the fifth day wicket. There was a couple that jumped, but generally they didn't. But there was sideways movement, which is what we were discussing yesterday. And the Indian bowlers, they did really well. Jadeja, he didn't really feature too much, as we said, because he bowled slightly too quick. He wasn't giving the ball a chance to grip. But the seamers did the job.
What do you think of this comment? Read that one out. His answer, Colin, just shake hands.
All on the field, this is all on the field. I know outside the field they are like best of best buddies. So
yeah,
it's on the field.
It's when I played cricket against Australians in the past, Norman, it's always been so hard on the pitch. As soon as you walk over the ropes, you're in the changing rooms, you're in the bar, game's over. It's a test match. They're professionals. They want the game to win.
Yeah.
If you now carry that over into the next test match, then this is where you're going to get some really serious stuff kicking off. Whereas the umpires, they came in occasionally when things were getting too heated, and I'm sure that they've shaken hands. They'll be having a drink in the bar, or just having a drink just together, just to say, try and calm things down. I mean, you could probably look at the 2 younger bowlers, Robinson and Siraj. Both of them are pumped up, and both of them are quite happy to chirp. So it may be the responsibility of the senior professionals just to tell the guys, just calm down a little bit, just calm it down, and just take it from there. But if they've shaken hands, they've moved on. That's it. Yeah.
But going back to one of the things which I think is relevant here, Coley mentioned the template is right after the first test. He's been proven correct, and the fact that Ashwin wasn't in the side, there's a lot of questions about him not bowling their last innings. They didn't need him. The fast bowlers took the wickets, namely Siraj, Bumrah, and the like, and Ishant Sharma. They actually didn't need Ashwin, and I would argue that decision was a good decision now, and it's not, Ashwin should come in next game. It actually proved to be the absolute correct one, despite having the best bowler in the world on the sidelines.
My view over there on Ashwin in particular is that he would have taken wickets. I wouldn't say that Ashwin wouldn't have taken wickets, but he wouldn't have been a game changer. Like anyway, what wickets he would have taken, the other pacers took. Like you take in case of Jadeja today, the whole day except for the Moeen Ali dismissal, which unfortunately was a no ball. There was no other which was very close call or something like that which Jadeja took. And Jadeja is also a reasonably very good spinner. So, which unfortunately does not happen. And even in England's batting, if you see Moeen Ali, except for that one ball to Jadeja, which took Jadeja's wicket, I think he got another in both innings combined. He took 4 wickets, if I'm not wrong. His 3 other wickets were all like fall shots or wrong shots by the batsman. They were not like the deliveries itself were beautiful ones which took wickets, except for the Jadeja one.
Looks like Rahul got man of the match.
That's good.
He's being interviewed now. He's got something on his. No. Yeah.
One more point, Norman.
Player of the match.
One more point, Norman and Munchie. Like yesterday, there was a lot of talk on Indian social media that when Kohli and Rohit Sharma were calling for bad light, and saying that to stop the play. So in social media, everybody is saying that this is not good captaincy. This is showing like regression. But that time I was already look in last 10 minutes or something. They lost three wickets. So to stop the momentum, this was a very, very good thing to do. So
it's influence. I was out yesterday, so I didn't see the full incident there. But players should not be. Yeah, you can influence the umpire by appealing, but that's it. Yeah. So what they were doing, I think that's probably going over and above. Now, what would have happened, for example, if the flip side had happened today? So as opposed to it getting sunnier in the afternoon, it started getting darker, and then England were 8 down, and Joe Root was waving on the boundary saying, "We've got to come in, it's too dark," etc. How would Virat Kohli have then reacted then? Because we know he's very passionate as a player. It's got to be down to the umpires. Now, I know bad light is a horrendous subject, and the way that the ICC regulations handle it is just crap. But to stand there and effectively telling the umpires you're doing a bad job, that's wrong. And I wouldn't be surprised if the match referee doesn't make a comment of that in his report.
I don't know how that will play out, because Kohli was actually telling it to the batsman that just initiate the discussion with the umpires about bad light.
But you're still influencing it. Yeah.
But I know as per the laws, you are not allowed to influence. It's completely the umpire's discretion.
So KL Rahul got man of the match. That's interesting because, I mean, his century did set up the innings for sure. But then Root got 180 not out. Where do you put that in perspective? Now, I'm not taking away from KL Rahul. I think that was a great effort by him. And the bowling of Siraj certainly as well. And even Shami. Are you a bit... I'm not saying we're against with that being given, but did you think Rahul was the man of the match?
After you, Baron?
For me, if I were to select, I would select Siraj.
Yeah, I would have too.
See, I'm interested. I would have gone the other way. I would have gone Bumrah. Because if you look at that contribution this morning with Shami and then the bowling this afternoon, effectively he's won the game. Now, you could have said that Shami's innings as well and a couple of wickets, but I think Bumrah was the bigger performer because, you look at he's now finally got more runs than wickets in Test cricket, so everyone's very happy about that. So that was, as if someone that is generally not a batsman, to score that amount of runs and then get wickets. No, I think Bumrah should have got the man of the match.
It is interesting, but are they probably looking more in terms of the setting up the match as it was? Perhaps it's a bit unusual because to get man of the match, you need to have excelled, and someone like Root did the same thing. Aparna's joining us. Hello, Aparna's coming on to gloat, I think.
Oh, so Aparna comes when India do well. Yeah.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true. Well, I'm actually
Good morning, Aparna.
Very, very happy. Hello, everyone. Hi, Manchi. Good to see you.
And you.
Hi, Behram. Oh, thanks for your lovely comments. Well, Norman, you don't look very happy. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm happy. I'm extremely happy. Don't worry, I'm happy indeed because I think England were probably expecting to win this match. I think come probably a day or two ago, they were firmly thinking they were in the box seat. When they scored 27 in front, they'd come back. Let's not forget, let's go back to the beginning. India did extremely well on the first day into the second day. England fought back to bringing themselves level and, in fact, in front. Then India did a good job yesterday, but probably not good enough a job, you might have thought. And it looked as though that, they wouldn't have enough runs and England would win. Well, in fact, the complete opposites happened, and that's fantastic. What a great match, really.
Indeed. I mean, I think England just lost the plot as they, try to give some of the aggression which was shown by Bumrah. Against their star bowler James Anderson. So I think that's what the wrong happened. I mean, they just lost the plot pretty much. They were so excited to show that aggression back that it wasn't a strategical move with the bat and the ball, I would say. But India has been amazing. I mean, what a crackling final day at Lord's Test. Victory is always possible for those who refuse to stop fighting. I mean, that sums up the day for me.
Look, I'd almost consider giving Kohli the man of the match. Why? Because he was there pumping his team up on and off the field, maybe too much on occasions, but it was his exuberance that came over the Indian side. You saw that in Siraj, in Bumrah, and Shami when they were batting as well as bowling. That was a lot to do with Kohli's mood. He really has created a no-loss situation.
I mean, the tempers were flared up when verbal clashes, between Bumrah and some England players I mean, I think it was Mark Wood who attempted to rough up his, fellow paceman and wicketkeeper Butler, to which I'm sure all the Indian cricket fans were as pissed off and frustrated with the reaction of, pretty much England players were more frustrated, I would say, which fired up Virat Kohli on the balcony. And what was most impressive was Bumrah's response, a crackling boundary through cover point. I mean, that is how you give answer back, and India has done that. What a win after 2014 at the home of cricket. I mean, Lords, it's amazing win. And
It is.
I mean, I'm having a hard time to understand which one was the star player. I mean, Virat Kohli, as you said, for his aggression on and off field, or Bumrah or Siraj with 8 wickets. I mean, it's just hard to decide. There's so many.
We shouldn't underplay Kohli's efforts in this Test match. Really, we shouldn't.
Yes.
Don't you think, Munchie? Do you get my point? What do you think?
I do. Yeah, the captain is there, the leader, but yes, there's a lot of fist pumping going on, but then if you look at it, would they have won without him? And you look at the performance that they've got, and you had the England bowlers were pumped up from the Bumrah bowling at Anderson. England bowlers this morning, I said this earlier, and Parnas agreed, just lost the plot. A red mist came down and made it a lot easier for the batsmen, and Bumrah and Shami fought their way through. And the batsmen themselves, Kohli didn't get that many runs. So yes, he was a factor, but I think there were much better performances from more of the other players to take them through. And I think Kohli was riding the crest of the wave of the other players' performances and taking it through that way.
Okay, I can see your point. The reality is India have done extremely well.
Oh, yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
This time yesterday, we did not think India were going to win this match, did we?
No. And because we were talking about if India can get to 220 to 230, they might survive. And the key factor was Pant. And what happened? Pant went early, and actually, surprising, Pant got out playing a defensive shot, which is very ironic. Yeah. But then Shami and Bumrah played brilliantly out of their shell to survive, get the runs on the board, 80-odd partnership. And then I thought it was very clever. I'll give Kohli his due for this, was the declaration just after lunch. Because you always, as a captain, you always want to do you should be doing what your opponent doesn't want you to do. So England have gone out thinking, we're going to have a few more minutes of chasing the ball around. And then almost immediately you declare, so you put in the opening batsman on the back foot. So they've got 10 minutes to try and get their head straight to then come out. And perhaps that could have contributed to Burns and Sibley going so cheaply.
Well, let's be honest. It probably was exactly what was behind it, those dismissals. You think about it. They've spent 40 minutes in the lunch rooms having lunch, go out, get ready to field, not knowing how long they're going to be out there for, and all of a sudden they're back into the bat. That would confuse your mind no end. And it worked. Both of them out from ducks, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it's a new strategy that Virat Kohli tried to imply in this, test, and it worked. Absolutely worked. And whatever works, I mean, as I said, there is a lot of contribution from Virat Kohli. I mean, the happiness, the way that he reacted after the win, I mean, that speaks a lot for itself. And you do need a good captain to pull the team together and through to a victory. So when a team loses, there's a lot of fingers pointed and there's a lot of blames on the captain itself. So when there's a win, such a great win, I mean, the grit, the resistance, the smartness, and the power, everything was on display from India. So there has to be appreciation given to the captain itself, which is Virat Kohli. I mean, he's done a great job. He's pulled it together. He shut the mouth of people who were, judging his selection choices to start with. So absolutely brilliant performance, and hats off. I mean, I hope they keep that one up and just seal the whole series up with probably 4-0.
Well, this is the interesting thing, because in an ideal world, India would have preferred a quick turnaround to the next test because they have the momentum. But no, you've got a whole 9 day. You've got to wait until the Wednesday next week. So in that period of time, India have got to keep themselves up. They've got to keep themselves ebullient, motivated. But whereas normally, say, the current test match cycle, you have a 4 or 5
I think they would be fine. They're very much tired after what they've done on day 5. I think they need that rest. Indian love is
Manchi, who are the players that are going to play the 100? It's like the whole team almost. I believe some are going to play the 100, right?
The batsman may go, but I don't suppose any bowlers will go. Certainly, and Anderson definitely won't. Wood definitely won't. Curran may well do. Ali may well do. But the major pace guys probably. I would say from the pace guys this morning, I thought Ollie Robinson bowled with the most intelligence. He was bowling those little knuckle balls. Everyone was expecting the fast Yorkers or the bouncers, and he was just floating these little knuckle balls in. It was just the fact that he just couldn't get them straight, but he certainly foxed the tail enders, and that was the way that perhaps England should have bowled. Be more creative, be more thoughtful, as opposed to just going out and out pace, which didn't work.
Yeah, and his knuckle balls are impossible to anticipate, like the way, because he holds it and at the last moment from behind, he just changes the grip. It's impossible to anticipate for the batsman. Yeah. He has a beautiful delivery there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, coming back to the topic, yes, sorry, Norman.
I was just going to say very quickly that Virat Kohli, the more I think about his emphasis or his involvement in this test, the more I have to give him accolades. The man has won, up until now, 59% of the games he's been captain of his country, captaining for 63 matches. I keep saying this. And they've been all knocking his captaincy. Quite frankly, his captaincy was an incredible influence over this match. Exactly what Munchie talked about earlier, where they batted until lunch, batted a bit after, they went back, chopped and changed. That threw England batting into a form of disarray, and it was shown by the early couple of wickets that fell, which was really the captaincy who did that. No one else. Because that was a peculiar thing to do, but it worked brilliantly. It actually threw England off, and look at them. They were 2 down very, very quickly. The first time 2 batsmen have got out for ducks in the England side, ever. Out of how many, 513 or 531?
531 tests, yeah.
That is remarkable, especially in the days of Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson or the West Indian triumvirate in the 70s. I would have expected that to have happened before. I'm a bit amazed that hasn't happened before. But anyway.
Than 1,000 innings.
And you know, the highest 9-wicket partnership for India at Lords. I mean, 66 by Kapil Dev and Madan Lal was in 1982. So that's a record in itself as well. Let's not forget that. I mean, it's just a phenomenal performance by India overall. And Virat Kohli, obviously, you know, what would happen, Norman, you would agree with me on this one, that if India would have not got the win, let's say, it would have been a draw somehow. So there would have been fingers on Virat Kohli, drop Butlers at first slip, right? Then he would be also accused, like, did that prove the, you know, difference between a draw and a win? Like, Virat Kohli went for a reverse cup and pays the price, has the drop catches cost India match, all those sort of things would come up. And though Virat Kohli cashed the one before that, very cleanly to make sure that Root was uprooted, sorry. Amazing.
Root was unrooted, okay.
No, Root was uprooted.
Uprooted, yes.
Oh, so, okay, I'm going to use that. Root was uprooted. I'm going to use
so he did that very brilliantly. So if India wouldn't have converted this very much, which was heading towards a draw, into a win, I mean, it was, I think, after the point when Mohammad Siraj took, you know, 2 wickets off 2 deliveries, that was something that gave India a hope back of winning. Otherwise, it was going towards more likely some sort of miracle we were waiting, and that was a miracle to start with. But though, yet again, I mean, Virat Kohli has to give him some sort of freaking credibility, because it's not fair. I mean, you would point fingers left, right, and center if India doesn't win, and not give him credibility. Would be really upset. Like,
actually, that's an extremely good point.
Extremely good point.
Extremely good points. I mean, this is a brilliant summary, because India would have been at Kohli saying, Kohli's fault, he dropped the catch, blah, 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 bad captaincy, unruly behaviour, blah, blah. But the fact is, he instigated this win. You have to remember what he even did with that in and out stuff today with the opening batters was his decision as captain. Really quite impressive.
100%.
But
sorry, guys. I've said I got to go. I only had a few minutes, but at least I've come on.
Thank you, Munchie. Thank you.
You can give me a barrage.
Really appreciate it.
It was Independence. It is Independence Day, or it was Independence Day.
It was yesterday. Yesterday, 15th of August.
Yep. Okay, so a belated present to the Indian people. So
exactly, absolutely.
I shall leave you to enjoy yourselves. Have a great time. It was a good game, and to me, 5-day test matches. This is the way it should be. Prepare wickets that go 5 days, and you're going to get great results like this. So I'll speak to you all soon. Yeah.
Last 2
Sorry,
days
Darren?
was great advertisement for Test cricket, Munchie.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy. Yeah.
We'll see you in the next few weeks.
We'll see you guys.
Sure.
Yeah, have great
Thank
time.
you.
Bye.
Music Harmony,
you
good
for
to see you,
joining.
fella. I'll catch you soon. Cheers then, bye.
Cheers.
Thanks, Munchie. Well, Munchie was, I'm going to be cheeky now. Munchie was the only one with, I'll put part in the middle. Munchie was the only one with guts to come on. Where's Chris Vernon? Where's Reg Vernon? Come on, guys.
Oh, exactly. I actually, Norman, I came up looking for Chris.
Where's Adam Hollyoak? Where's Monty Panesar? Where are they all? Where are they all? They should be on the show.
They are
Adam
hiding.
Hollyoak. They're hiding.
Yes,
Look,
I mean, absolutely.
You should have seen
Chris
Michael
is
Vaughan.
hiding.
You should have seen the Michael Vaughan and the commentators' reaction when Root got out. It was like as if they were going to cry. You know, it's completely.
As I said, Root got uprooted.
Great phrase, Apan.
I mean, look.
Norman,
So
and
Kohli is-
I was coming. Point really what I wanted to mention. Like, if you ask me for this win, I would rate in the whole team. Everybody's look in the first inning. KL Rahul's contribution, Rohit Sharma's contribution. Then we are forgetting yesterday's. We till now did not spoke about Rane and Pujara's partnership. If you see, that was such a
Amazing.
critical wickets by Ishan Sharma. Ishan Sharma also played a good role and took very critical wickets. So Pant, even Jadeja contributed. So I think all of the 11 contributed in this test match over the 2 innings. So I would not point it to one person and say like this.
Yeah, but I would say, it was a nail-biting moment. It started off from there on when Siraj, with 2 wickets in 2 deliveries, blew the game wide open, and our hopes were back for India's win at home of cricket. That is something that I would say I was feeling. That wicket has played a massive game-changing role that put pressure on England at the right time when we were running out of overs, and it could have may as well ended up in a draw, right? Because it was hard for India to get that number of wickets after tea. I mean, time was ticking,
Yes, 6 wickets.
and especially Virat Kohli dropping catches. I think that has played reverse role on the mentality of even the fielders out there on the field. But after what Siraj did, that actually brought back the confidence, and you could see that on the ground. The energy changed, and there was a lot of there was, I think, 8 or 7 overs left, and India is done it. I remember the face. He got bowled out for the last wicket, and he was just really looking back. Siraj was fast with his ball and the speed that he took the stumps off. I don't know which was more fast, but didn't get the batter enough time.
Siraj has been involved with 2 of the biggest victories India's had in a long, long time. The Gabba Test where he took 5 wickets. This match where he took 4. Look, and Siraj is in that team. You know why Siraj is in this team? Because of Kohli. Kohli has promoted Siraj right throughout his career, and he's been a major factor. And look, I'm going to make it clear to our viewers, the influence of Kohli. Anyone who knocks Kohli and shouldn't be captain anymore is actually completely wrong. Kohli has Dhoni did a fantastic job. I've got no doubt about that. And even the Ganguly's in the past. But what Kohli has done to get India not to be fearless in Australia, back in 2018, the wins they had then, the wins that they've had just recently and now, is squarely on the attitude that India is not going to take a backward step. And that's come from one person, Virat Kohli. He has captained now 63 or 64 times for India, the most capped captain of India ever. Okay? He's the leading captain across all aspects of it. And he also has a winning average probably around 60% now, the highest of any Indian captain ever.
Next after losing the toss.
Forget losing the toss. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He wins the match.
No, just as a humor. Obviously he's doing good on different levels. But yeah, his much awaited century is still waiting. We're still waiting for that.
Yeah, but his own batting performance isn't as good as he would like. But his actual captaincy is, in my opinion, has to be seen as not so much flawless, but was the winner in this test match. The attitudinal aspects of Shami, Bumrah, Siraj comes from one person. I'm sure it comes from Kohli. Don't you agree, Bahram and Apala?
Yeah, I mean, what happened was, then when Bumrah had a bit of obviously heated argument when he was batting, and you should have seen the reaction of Virat Kohli from the balcony. I mean, he was like, this is not happening. He's just giving it back. The aggression was there, and then Bumrah gives a cracking response with a 4. That's just the energy that he's sending. Just by off the field, on the field, we've seen it completely. I mean, though his bat, not speaking with his bat, but that's sort of personal sacrifices I think he has to make if you want to look overall. As long as it works out, you're playing as a country. You're not playing for your personal records. You're not playing for your own centuries. Just to get more endorsements, more sponsors, and become a star. No, you don't do that. You have to. A great captain is someone that brings the whole team together and proves the result which is needed, and puts India in a situation where they are today. I mean, what, he was not even there at Gaba, but great captaincy was shown by Ajinkya Rahane. So that's also speaks for itself. I mean, he's great. He put it all together in Gaba, and how he did was because of him as well. He made everyone contribute to the runs.
But Kohli set that up. Kohli created that atmosphere.
Exactly.
Rahane
Before he
certainly did well, but it was Kohli who created it. Let's go back for a second to Kohli again with the way that he has approached he calls it the template. After the first match, Bahram, you would have heard this as well. He talked about the template of the team. Not having Ashwin on the side, which everybody's saying, oh, where...
Hello, Norman.
Norman freezed.
Yeah, I freeze in a very funny position.
So we won extremely well. We've won extremely well from the way that's happened, and that was due to the reality of how actually Kohli has done this. He had a template. They made the hard decision not to have both Ashwin and Jadeja on the side. The World Test Championship, they lost because both of them played. They had to make a difficult decision to leave their best spin bowler ever out of the team. It takes guts. That was the decision made by Virat Kohli and Ravi Shastri. No one else. Okay? They could have easily had Ashwin there. And you know what? When you've got Ashwin on the side, he can often do great things, can't he? We know that. He's taken plenty of wickets. But actually, sometimes the dynamics of the bowling attack is damaged by someone who overtakes the rest of them. And what I mean by that, without having Ashwin there, they all had to step, all the fast bowlers that was on them. Kohli would have said, you guys have been selected to win this match. Go out and win it for me with the ball. And you weren't expected to do it with the bat. Go out and do it with the bat, because the big question mark was they picked a side with a long tail. Everybody was saying, too long a tail. We're going to fail. Well, it was the tail that actually got the 89 runs today. Okay? So that only happened because a captain like Kohli gave them the confidence to take it on.
Well,
I think now that was extremely important.
I would say, there's a lot of talent out there in India, and they're all waiting for a chance. So when a youngster who's itching to go out there, play for the country, and someone like Siraj, if you know the story of Siraj, I mean, he comes from a very poor background. His family support to put him in the position that he is, it shows on his face that he's been looking for that opportunity. So when he's selected in the playing 11 over someone as senior as Ashwin, who has a number of records on his name, he's arguably the best in Test cricket, one of the best. It automatically, you have that thing that you have to go and grab that chance, get out there and perform. Siraj, by taking 8 wickets, has just proven that time and time he's been given that chance to be selected. I mean, he could have gone with Ashwin, as you said, but Siraj was given the chance. So, that just puts him in the mental state that, okay, this captain is giving me a chance to prove myself, to get my permanent position in the team, or more likely be selected for more number of matches. Might as well be representing on international level. He has been looking for that opportunity. And in India, with 1.3 billion population, you don't get that chance. There's only 11 men playing out there in the field. And there's 1.3 billion population. There's 50% is men. So you can see the numbers, and India is a young country. India is a young country. You see the dynamics, the geography, how it operates. I think it's more than 40, less than 40 years of age. It's 60% Indian population. So they are all waiting for that one chance. And as by Steve Walk's book, I mean, you see the people playing on the field. There's not enough space. There will be 10 matches going on one large field. So, there's a lot of talent out there waiting for it. And that's what you need to give chance to the youngsters. And that's what Virat Kohli is doing. And that's what, with the help of Saurav Ganguly, who is the president of the BCCI, and Ravi Shastri, I mean, through the help of these people who are actually bringing new talent, and wasn't dropped, but wasn't selected. So resting him, I mean, he's still arguably the best, but Ashwin needs to be rested for a little while and bring this new young talent. And especially in pressures like this, sort of very valuable, significant test series to India. I mean, it was at Lord's. So they would have played it safe. They would have not probably, taken the risk and gone with a more senior player, but they didn't do that. So, you take those risks, you get the prize for it.
Look, the more I look at the non-selection of Ashwin, the more I like it. Because even though he's an incredibly successful bowler, I've got nothing else to take away. I think the dynamics of the Indian side relies on Ashwin too much in the bowling department when he's bowling. Every time, Ashwin's a very...
Yeah, Norman, please. Yeah, maybe because Ashwin bowls a lot of overs also.
Step to Ashwin. I think Ashwin is a bit... Not that he's a bad player, he's a fantastic player. But the dynamics of the side, and don't forget the words of Kohli, the template. Not having two spinners, because it did not work in the World Test Championship. Having Jadeja and Ashwin both the side did not work. They lost the match. They've learnt from that, and here's the evidence of it. They could have won the first match, and they've won the second. Brilliant.
So this template, what I understand, is only for this English conditions and English pitches.
That's fine. That's fine.
What about Australia, Norman? Let's say right now.
Well, look, in all fairness, they've already shown their so-called template for Australia. Look at what they did with 9 fresh players. They won the match. It's not taking Australia as being feared. To play into the face of Australia as much as they've done against England today is to attack like Kohli does when he bats, to be attacking with the deliveries. They played that way with a no-lose attitude. In that game, they said, well, we're going to win this match. In that case, it was punts. But also, Siraj took 5 wickets on that last day. Gill batted well. Pujara batted well. Washington Sundar got 60. So did Shardul Thakur. They got 60 each, and they got 3 wickets each. It was a real contribution with the team. And actually, when you've got a dominant player like Ashwin when he bowls, because he is dominant, every time on Indian spinning conditions, they give Ashwin the ball, don't they? They almost always do that. And he dominates one end. He does very well and takes a lot of wickets. That's good. But he can't do that in England. And even in Australia, he can't do that. You've got to look for another way to win. And against England, they found another way. They put their fast bowlers, which are worthy of that, on. You know what? I'm extremely impressed with Kohli now. I think his captaincy has been brilliant. And we have to take that very seriously. It's his captaincy that's organised this win. Really quite seriously. As I said, right down to the fact that he went back out the bat and jumped around after lunch and absolutely put the English batsman in a complete state of confusion with 2 ducks. That was Kohli's effort with Shastri. They've both done a great job. And in fact, if this is Shastri's last series, then I'll be disappointed because Shastri is a great coach. India have to respect how good Kohli is. I don't think they've given him credit. We may even see his IPL efforts change now. He's gone through this sort of watershed moment with his captaincy yet again. He might bring home these team, what they call the Royal Challengers Bangalore. I never know with the IPL. It'll be interesting. If he's got Glenn Maxwell and AB de Villiers, he's got a good chance. I'm very impressed with Kohli.
Well, Test cricket, it is what it is, baby. India losing it at odds, I would say, but that's not where the story ends. So let's hold our guns. I mean, strange times. India has won the second test without losing the first one. Let's be honest. They didn't lose the first one. So they've won the second test without losing the first one. So what where does India goes from here? I mean, let's not just get too excited. We've got the whole series ahead, and
Yeah,
fingers
but I
the
think that,
template.
No,
I think, Bram, what do you think, Bram?
No, I would like to come back to a previous point, Norman. Like, it's very speculative in terms of, see, like when there were 10 overs left and 3 wickets still to be taken, everybody was saying that, oh, Virat should have declared earlier, even before lunch. That was what everybody was saying, that, overs are not enough. England would be England would be happy now. So, but then luckily, India definitely bowled well and got the wickets out. So, then Virat Kohli's decision of declaring just after lunch became very good. His drop catch was forgotten, which was, let's be frank, it was a very simple drop catch. It was not that difficult of a catch. But everything is forgotten. So it all depends on the outcome. So a lot of previous things are dependent a lot on the outcome.
Yes, it is, but you can only take the outcome the way it is. I mean, this is not Kohli's first Test win. He's won 60% of his captaincy, which is only behind Graham Smith, Steve Waugh, who's one of the best, and Williamson. That's pretty bloody good. I tell you now, that's pretty damn good. You can't deny that winning factor. It's not because he's got a good team alone. It's not because of a good team. It's you have to bring this team together, because India could have imploded easily.
You definitely need a great leader to get the best out of your team. That's written in anywhere, any walk of life. That's definitely present. And Kohli is that great leader. Luckily for India, if you see, right from Ganguly to Dhoni to now Kohli, each captain has taken India to a next level. So I hope this trend continues.
But even Ganguly and Dhoni, to an extent, in Australia, didn't have that much success in the Test format, to be honest with you. Yeah. It's really Kohli that's made them fearless. Winning at the Gabba, when in Australia was at relatively full strength and India had 9 players out, is absolutely phenomenal. Honestly, you have to put that in context. This was a good win too, yes.
Kohli definitely needs appreciation, because he was bagged so badly at Adelaide, 36 runs all out. And even today, as I said, if India wouldn't have converted this draw into a win, he would have still been bagged for drop catches, poor selection, keeping Ashwin out of playing 11, this, that. So let's give him a fair bit of appreciation for what he has done and the risk that he has taken, and all the bad mouthing that he has coped when he hadn't proved, to get India to a win. So simple as that. I mean, these players doesn't always need to be, and captain especially, I mean, always doesn't need to be just put the blame for a loss. Should be given appreciation, especially when they have actually performed. And his aggression, I mean, he didn't show any aggression with the bat, but the way he has shown all his aggression, all his energy into captaincy, hats off. So I hope that he keeps it up. I mean, Test cricket it is. So let's not forget, we've got third Test still coming up, and we need the whole series wind up, because they have performed brilliantly even in the first Test. They didn't really lose that either, so they won the freaking second one. So just, I think they need to really win the series. This is not just it. We can't just think that this is it. I mean, what happened with 36 all out in Adelaide didn't look like India's going to win in Australia, and then India came at Gabba and win. So this could be England doing it in their home ground. I mean, you never know. I mean, India has won.
This is Lords. This is the home of cricket.
India has fully in control. They've won this Test beautifully, but always things can change. It can turn around, and England might as well, because they be boiling, right? They're not going to sit with this loss and not come back. I mean, they're not that horrible team. They are
you are right, but they've also got David Graven has joined us. There's a bit of a reception issue. Well, David's here. Let's give David a second to get on. How are you, David?
Hello, David.
We can see you.
I think he's having reception problems.
Hi, David. You're on, David. Can you hear us? David, what's happened?
That's a very sarcastic question, Norman.
That was a very genuine question.
I think
Well,
probably he's
where are
frozen.
you?
Oh, there you go.
We can hear you, David.
We can hear you, David. We're all waiting to hear from you. What happened?
David is thinking you're asking what happened about what.
Well, there might be supporters.
No, it'd be interesting to know from him. He can give great insights about what exactly happened.
So
Okay.
let David talk. Let David talk. David, have a chat. Can you say something?
Well, I don't know. For your interview with Steve. So very good. Can you hear me
Just
or not?
a bit louder, David.
Hold on.
Gil's also joined us. How are you, Gil?
I'm good, Norman. Very happy.
I bet you are.
Yeah, quite unexpected. Quite unexpected. I mean, England should be very unhappy with themselves. I think they completely lost the plot when they just wanted to bounce Bumrah and Shami. I mean, Bumrah and Shami batted together for roughly 20 overs, and I don't think there were 20 balls that were attacking their stumps. They were just so hell bent on injuring them with the bouncers, or scaring them with the bouncers, that they started leaking runs. And somewhere I think Joe Root has to take the blame for it, because you can't have four fielders on the boundary for someone like Jasprit Bumrah batting on, batting when the team's 8 down and they don't even have a lead of 200 runs. So I think that is where someone like Joe Root and whosoever is England's bowling coach need to go back to the drawing board and realize that they probably should have stuck to the plans of attacking their stumps and probably bowl a fourth or a fifth stump line, and probably get them out caught behind, because singles were on offer, which is what Shami did whenever they were bowling into Shami's body. He was just maneuvering the ball, taking a run here or there, and then when the two early wickets fell, England were just completely in all sorts of pressure. And I think the ball of this test match, and probably the ball of this year, has to be Jasprit Bumrah's ball to dismiss Ollie Robinson. I mean, it's one thing to have the smarts to come around the wicket, set up the batsman with a short ball, short ball, short ball, and then bowl a slower one. But it's completely another thing to come and bowl that from around the wicket and land it within the line of stumps, and then beat Robinson. That was a perfect delivery. I think it's probably a much better delivery than what Bumrah had bowled to Sean Marsh in MCG, which was another slower delivery. So sometimes people talk too much about how T20 is spoiling the test match game, but these skills where you have to bowl slower balls coming around the wicket is what has added another dimension to test match cricket. And I said it even after Gabba as well, that Pant was able to do what he did at day 5 of Gabba because he's played too much of T20 cricket, and he fancies himself to take that extra risk, which puts the opposition under pressure. So surely you could say that maybe T20 cricket has spoiled the defensive techniques, but it has definitely added another dimension in Test match cricket, where you see brilliances such as what you saw of Jasprit Bumrah today with that ball to Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, and he was so
Absolutely.
Gurkirat, he was so convinced that he bowled it, online and made Kohli to take the DRS also. I think that was the wicket, right, of Ollie
Yeah,
Robinson.
I think Kohli would have taken anyway, especially considering India had 3 reviews. And I mean, it's probably a day where everything has worked for India. I don't remember the last time when India had taken 3 reviews and all 3 of them went in their favor.
Correct.
So
Look, Gil,
it's tough.
Gil, Gil, the
I
reality
can't
is-
remember when Virat Kohli has lost the toss and won the match. I mean, I can't remember that either. That's very unusual
No,
for India.
that's happened
losing a toss and winning a match.
That's happened quite a few times.
I would
But
say
Gil,
not
Gil,
at Lords.
It
That
happened
was in
last time as well.
2014, I think.
Gil, let me say something very
This is
quickly.
the exact
Kohli's
pattern of in
captaincy
2014
should not be
when
under
India
question.
played at Lords. They lost the
Kohli's
first one, they
captaincy-
won the second.
Norman, I don't know when it was actually under question. I don't know. I don't
Well,
think
there've
it
been
was
enough
ever
people
under.
on our line that have been knocking him. He's
Yeah,
a brilliant
yeah.
captain.
people sometimes suffer from too much of recency bias. I mean, they might say from the next match onwards that even Mohammad Shami is a all rounder just on the basis of one innings. Just how they have been saying that Shardul Thakur is an all rounder. So I mean, people can say what they
Hang
want,
on.
but
No, Mohammad Shami will be saying he's no rounder after this match. He'll be expected to open the batting.
he can say if he wants, but the fact of the matter is that Ashwin is still a better batsman than Mohammad Shami, Jasprit Bumrah, and even Shardul. So now, but
Gil
What?
Ashwin's selection in this match,
No.
non-selection has been justified. His
yeah,
non-selection
that
has
has
been
been
justified.
justified. That has been justified. What I'm saying is that purely as a batsman, Ashwin's still better than them. However,
Well,
now
just
I
because
think
you want to stand out in the crew doesn't mean you're going to say anything, and we can't even oppose that. That's getting a bit too much funny. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, he
no,
wasn't selected because they wanted a number 7 batting. A player who can actually bat better than Ashwin, and I think it's justified for what has the decision was like.
one innings doesn't make anyone a better or a poor batsman.
It's not one
I think
innings.
that India, yeah, it is
It's
one
an
innings.
overall
I think
decision.
India. No, I think India will still play the same team. However, I'll still maintain that if you are going to say that who's a better number 8, number 7 will always be Ravindra Jadeja. There is no doubt about it. I've always said that Ravindra Jadeja plays in this Indian team regardless of where they play because he provides that balance to the team which they miss when he's not playing. So it's only about the fact that whether they play 3 pacers and Ashwin or they want to go for 4 seamers. But
So
if you're
you think that
talking
Ashwin would
purely
have been able to stuck on the field the way that for the number 9th or 8th wicket that they did? I think Ashwin would
Yeah,
not
they-
have been able to perform that way.
Okay.
No
Now,
way.
Parna Gil,
They,
give me
they
2
could
seconds.
have probably
Parna
done it.
Gil,
He could,
hold back. We've got David Graven who's finally got online. David, I want to get David's perspective. What's your thoughts on today, David?
I mean, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I will repeat what I just said. I'm in deep shock. Spoken today, so congratulations to the Indian. England, no, England plot the field they did in the stage. They got themselves involved in a little. You need to do. That's okay. It was one, God's mean following on from India.
Well,
I don't
hang
know.
on a second.
There was no voice coming clearly.
Reopening the system
Okay.
here. So
David, you're cutting in and out with your volume.
Rose.
David, why don't you disconnect and reconnect? Just try again, David, to completely I can hear you now. Speak. Now try and speak now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear?
Okay, perfect now. Perfect. Go for it.
Right. Welcome, everybody. Big congratulations to all the Indians. Fully deserved. I don't know. They're going to have to do something opening. I think that he done at ground when he got one variety and a pair. So a very interesting discussion. Where the team have actually taken a lot. Yeah, many questions to ask. To understanding Indian performance showed that India have been showing for the last 3 years. To get into some sort of battle with Bumrah and Anderson. It's not the England haven't hit days in the past. So, lots to bring them to answer. Which we're going to get off, not just.
Okay, but David, we had trouble hearing what you just said.
Right,
And everybody's
I'll catch up with everybody tomorrow. I've got people on the call on.
Okay, David. But thanks for coming on, David. Really appreciate it. And it was a bit of a shock, and it's an incredible win though at the same time. David, we'll have a full debrief tomorrow. Okay. We've lost David, and we've lost Gil. Gil's also had to go. Apani, can you hear us?
Yeah, the only
Yes,
thing
yeah. Actually, I would like to correct myself. I'm so sorry. Ashwin had actually taken 5 wickets and had a century not long ago against England. So, yeah, that's correct. But, forget Ashwin. I mean, there wouldn't be any other, pace attacker could have dismissed England on a flat pitch, a flat wicket at 52 overs. I mean, that's just incredible. So let's just not think what Ashwin would have provided if he was in the team. So thinking that, I mean, after India has proven with their strategy that they went, is just an absolute ridiculous discussion that I would like to avoid to start with. I mean, we talk about that in that contest if they have not converted this draw into a win, which has happened today. So let's not get there. I mean, let's just leave that up to for the next test. Hopefully that doesn't come. But if that does, then we can have discussion about what Ashwin would have provided that we lacked.
Yeah, so, what I'll do tomorrow, guys. What I'll do tomorrow, Baraman.
No, Norman, my question. Okay, you continue.
So I was just going to say, tomorrow David said he'll come on for a full show and we'll analyse this in more detail. So don't worry, David's going to give us, and I'm hopefully going to get.
And we're trying to get Chris.
Yeah, Chris and Regiment very silent.
Only thing I heard from David was that he's in a shock. So I need to hear the remaining of the story.
Yeah, I think that was the highlight. I'm in shock.
Don't forget who David Gravely. Did you see my community page? He gave James Anderson his first cap.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's a significant man.
Significant person in England history of cricket.
How lucky are we to have him on our program? Honestly.
Yeah, the likes of Monty Panesar and even Chris could be the next time.
You're all important. You're all important, but it's in particular,
exactly. We've got our own flair to bring in this show.
Do you realize, guys? I was on for 4 hours earlier today. 4 hours. The entire first session, I basically commentated because you know what? I'll be really honest with you. I don't mind saying this. The commentary of Sky, Michael Atherton's pretty good. Dinesh Karthik's not too bad. David Lloyd's very good. But Mel Jones is, I don't know what's going on there. Isha Guha is 300 times better than her. Mel Jones, I'm sorry, is a very ordinary commentator. I know she's played for Australia and she's an Australian cricket board representative. I don't really care. Her commentary's crap.
And when she talks, I feel she's a very biased towards England also. Like when it's like any situation, she just talks in favor of England.
She actually, I get annoyed listening to her. There's something about the way she talks that annoys me. She just jibber jabbers on, and it's just, it's annoying. It's just,
I don't want to criticize anyone, but I would agree with Norman.
She's super duper annoying. Something about I can't stand it. I go, I'm sick of hearing you. I have to switch off, and I don't say that about anyone. And I'm not being rude. I'm being honest. I thought Sky Sports, their commentary was cruel by her. It was awful. And it's not male, female. It's got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, Isha Guha is one of the...
Isha Guha is brilliant.
Best. I mean, she's the best.
It's sensational.
She's like a music to ears when she's talking about cricket.
Best, I think, is Aparna.
Actually, Aparna, let me just tell you now, Aparna Saini, the way you have talked on this session today has been, I've been blown away. Your commentary, your knowledge, don't you agree, Baraman? Her knowledge,
I think the best is Aparna, without doubt.
Aparna, You were blowing me away today. You were so riveting to listen to. You summed up the whole situation today beautifully. You wait until you replay this. You need to cut that out and keep that. That was absolutely sensational. I was going to text you.
Articulation, the phrases that she used, like uprooted root, that was brilliant.
Absolutely
That was
sensational.
icing on the cake.
With a touch of humor is what we need.
But Aparna, I'm so impressed with you. And you know that I've helped you start on this whole program back last year. And you've gone from being someone who, was new to it to someone who's an absolute consummate expert now and knows the cricket, knows how to dissect the match. I thought it was absolutely sensational.
Thank you, Norman. That's just I would not be able to go back to sleep after hearing that lovely comments of you.
I'm telling you what, Mel Jones needs to listen to you because something about her commentary drives me absolutely bonkers. I cannot stand it. It's annoying. As soon as I hear her voice, even her diction, I'm talking about the way she speaks, is very ockerish and very, g'day, mate. It's got this horrible tone about it. Very inappropriate for commentary. I'm sorry. It's got nothing to do with her being female or having her ethnicity. Nothing to do with any of that. I'm not biased. I've got no religious overtones, no.
You can't be biased. Coach of a woman. He's the player manager of Sri Lankan woman. I mean, there's no way you're being sexist or anything about cricket. I mean, you're the promoter.
She is absolutely awful. Awful. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, Norman, I think I would love to take a leave on this note. The way you have just praised me, I think my day has been more than fulfilled after India's win to hearing those lovely comments of you. So I think that content feeling of your work, I think, has been gone definitely 5 levels up after hearing those lovely words. I mean, that's just amazing. Thank you, Norman, for
my pleasure. My pleasure. You deserve it. Stay humble. Stay humble, and whatever you do, stay humble. You're only as good as what you're saying. No one's better or worse than you. Certainly no one's better, and certainly no one's worse. You are basically as good as everyone else. Be humble about it. Do not. And there was a comment about Mel Jones being arrogant. I would agree that. She thinks she knows everything. I mean, stop that. Be a good commentator. Can't stand her.
No, we have to think from the perspective, like when those people want something, I mean, they won't like anyone being arrogant. So they forget that in the journey of, in the light of fame that they go for. I think that's just that day when you start being arrogant, everything that you've done so far just goes to waste. So definitely that's not the path I think Norman or anyone in this show that comes on this platform would be taking. That's why we stuck along as a team, and we have put on this great show, which is a collaboration with, lucky to be a part with any sort of collaboration with Norman. Worked very closely with India Tour of Australia, and now up till now, this level, I think it has been such a pleasure. I mean, that has been absolutely phenomenal to be a part of any sort of show. Norman, you've been great. Thank you. And, there's so many comments that goes in, and just lovely to see the support as well. I mean, always open to any sort of criticism and feedback that just puts you in the right place. And it's always good to listen to any sort of feedback that comes through. So thank you, Norman, for...
You deserve all the success, Aparna. You've done great. Thanks, Aparna.
Thank you. Right, thank you, guys. Kudos to India. We'll catch up tomorrow.
All right, with David Gravely. Come on for that, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Behram. Thank you.
Thanks, Aparna.
Bye, Aparna. Take care.
Bye.
See, Behram, it's actually close to 5 a.m. in the morning. What time is it in the Philippines? It's 3, is it?
Almost 3, 2:52.
I mean, the reality is, Aparna's got an interview at 9:40 as well. Look, that was great. It was pity that David... Look at the respect. We've got someone like David.
See a point coming... Okay, forget the commentators thing. I'm saying a point which he was talking about Ashwin. See, you cannot say no. I'll take on 2 things. See, Ashwin contribution. Let's take in the Sydney Test. It was so huge in preventing the loss.
Yeah.
That it just cannot be taken, and in the whole aspect of the series, that draw actually demotivated or completely changed the mindset of the Australians leading into the Gabba test. Like today morning when Bumrah and Shami batted, that completely changed the mindset of the English, and that led to the win. It completely drained their mindset. Like, let's say they were allowed for 120. Let's say if India's score was only 180 or 190, do you think England would have won? I believe yes. If India's score was only 180 or 190, it makes the whole mindset difference makes a big difference.
You're right. Because had they got out cheaply and England gone to bat earlier, England would have been of a different mindset and more, we're going to win this sort of attitude. Yeah. And they would have, and India would have been somewhat down. You're right. You are right. It was huge. That batting performance was immense. Again, what India's doing is, against all odds, they're doing amazing things. 9 players out in the Gabba, they won that. Batting with the tail end, who keeps being reminded that they're a tail end, has done it. They did it in the first innings as well. Of the first test, they got after 273, didn't they? It was amazing. They were down. It's quite impressive. Look, I'm super impressed with India. I really am. I think the world of cricket needs to learn from India, as well as New Zealand and England. They're certainly up there. But India's attitude, despite having millions of dollars behind their IPL, despite having lots of players in their arsenal, they're fighting back, aren't they? And I'm very proud of the Indian selections. They kept the players that they wanted to keep, Rahane and Pujara. They've taken the strong decision to not have Ashwin in the team. That was a strong decision. It could have been a dangerous decision, but it worked.
You can ask, this question can be asked to yourself, that was that a right decision? See, let's say if Ashwin was in this team, he would have been in the place of Ishant Sharma, for sure. Ashwin would have been in the place of Ishant Sharma. So what was Ishant Sharma's contribution? I think he took 2, 3, and total 5 wickets in all, if I'm not wrong. Would Ashwin would have taken those critical wickets? And let me tell you, Ishant Sharma's wickets, especially in the first innings, were very critical. Otherwise, England would have gone with a very big lead. He was the one who got those 2 crucial back-to-back wickets and pegged them back. Would Ashwin would have taken? No.
Yeah, but then you've got to think of it also differently. Could it have been that if Ashwin was on, he would have bowled from one end and the fast bowls would have come from the other? That means they may not have the same dynamics.
Yeah, correct. Because when Ashwin bowls, he bowls a lot of. He's like bowling at one complete end. Hi Naresh, good to see you back.
Naresh, we've had everybody on. We've had Gil on. We've had Aparna gloating. We have had David Graveney, although his reception was really bad. I think
we had Munshi on also.
And Munshi as well. We've had a lot of guests. It's funny though, because which was brilliant.
Norman, I told you we are heading for a thriller, and what a thriller it was.
Absolutely. Kohli's captaincy. I don't want to. If I get another comment on the side here about Kohli's captaincy, we're going to delete it because he deserves all the accolades for today. Seriously.
And he proved it. Push him to the wall, and he's going to only go ahead. That's what he has proved. Phenomenal. It was just simply phenomenal. The way first Bumrah and Shami did what they did. That's unfortunately at Lords you only see 5s, 10s, and the 100s getting their name. But I think Shami and Bumrah should also get a name together for what they did today at Lords. And then Kohli rewarding them with the new ball. Go ahead, start off and get me wickets. And they did that immediately.
Absolutely. It's quite incredible. It's quite incredible to say that.
We can definitely see a 4-0 here. Way Indian's team is rising up, and I think England's team is going down.
The reality
they have lots to India. Yeah, no.
We've got to look at look at Root for a moment. He played exceptionally well. Got 180 runs. Brilliant batting. Not out. Literally put England in front at that stage. His captaincy this morning was a bit wayward with his bowling change, although he didn't know what to do, really. He didn't approach. His field positions were too deep. They were too defensive in their bowling, weren't they? But the reality is, Root, if he gets out for a low score, England are in trouble. Aren't they?
Correct, rooted on the batting, they are all fully dependent on him. In the morning, there was one factor, Norman Naresh, if you notice, that England bowlers were feeling like completely as if, like in the morning, the first session, like they felt completely dull. Like there was no pace in Anderson. Wood was injured. He did not. The only guy who was bowling well was Ollie Robinson. So they were dependent on only one bowler. Anderson did not look like Anderson.
Did you see Wood fall at one stage? He had to get up with one arm. He put no pressure on his right arm at all. Yet he still bowled deliveries post that of 150. It's a bizarre situation. It was an impact injury rather than a strain of a muscle.
He fell, his whole weight fell on his arm. I saw that while fielding off his own bowling.
He was off the field for the first 20 or 30 minutes. He came back on. He went off again. Mark Wood is broken. He's the poor guy. I like him as a player. He was great. But I think England expect to win this a bit easier than they didn't expect the opposition today. Really, they didn't. And look, I really wish India won the first Test match because I tell you what, England may be in for some real trouble here. If they lose Wood and Anderson due to injury and they've lost Braun, boy, Robinson's not enough. They could be in a bit of trouble.
Maybe
I think Chris Wokes would come in, but Chris Wokes would have to come in for Sam Curran. A very average game for him. Even the first one, he was.
The poor bugger.
Yeah. And we'll have to see. They have an 8-day gap. They have to completely introspect the batting lineup. Do they have any other opener who can come in? Alistair Cook can come back from retirement. We don't know. So they have a problem at the top. Okay, Bairstow and Butler in the middle, but they couldn't save the game for them. They had to back time. They couldn't. Yeah.
Maybe Michael Vaughan can come back.
Michael Vaughan. Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, it's all about Root. They've over-relying on him, and understandably so, because he's got centuries in back-to-back tests, and he's got double hundreds all year. He's batted fantastically. The danger of any side, like in India, to rely on Kohli, or India to rely on, say, even Ashwin. Maybe, look, let me just hear me out about this. Ashwin's a great bowler. He did well in Sydney. He's done well so many times. But don't you think that the Indian bowling lineup can start to rely on one player to get all the wickets? And over a number of years, Ashwin always took 5 wickets, it seemed. He won all the games for India, didn't he? They threw him the ball in difficult spots. He came on and took wickets. He bowled well for one end. They put fast bowls the other end. You know what? They probably needed to change that dynamic and give Siraj, Shami, Bumrah more responsibility. And I think they shared it really well. Bumrah got 9 wickets, for God's sake, in the first Test match. Shami did very well this series. Siraj has taken 4 the last. He took 4 the first.
He took 8 in this game. Yeah.
I've got a feeling that, sometimes your best player is your worst player. Does that make sense? Having Ashwin do that well, he was put into the World Test Championship, okay? And they lost the match. He played pretty well, but their bowling dynamics were not right. I think that's what in England especially, I think this is what Kohli's alluding to.
Yeah, and this happened in 2018 in Australia. A 4-pace attack. There was Umesh Yadav in this attack. Siraj had not made the India debut. They took I think 72 out of 80 wickets of Australia, somewhere on that, or rather 52 out of 70, something like that, because they didn't have the last inning at Sydney. It got washed out. But most of the time, the 4 pacers were doing the damage against Australia. This is getting repeated now in England, and out of the 40 wickets that have fallen, 39 have gone to the seamers and 1 is a run out. So we have we won this test, and the earlier test we nearly won with all the seamers getting the wickets. We are not needing a spinner to get the wickets.
I think even the South Africa tour, Naresh, right? We had 4 seamers. This template that Kohli is talking and Norman highlights a lot.
No, I mean, look, I'm not trying to overstate anything here. I'm saying to you, there's a lot that's gone into this victory that perhaps most people don't necessarily see. They see Kohli's antics, which, look, Kohli today, if I'm being honest with you, looked a little bit arrogant sometimes with his celebrations. He needs to tone that down a little bit. This business was a bit much. I thought that was a little bit too much. But that's Kohli.
Yeah.
You can't change him. Rishabh Pant goes too quickly, but that's Rishabh Pant. You've got to express yourself sometimes. We've got to understand that Kohli's a bit over the top.
Even
But
today,
that
Siraj
aggression-
I felt was overdoing it. The one with Ollie Robinson where he went, I think that was, I honestly, in my heart of heart, I did not like that. I think that was too much.
No, I didn't like it either.
And
But-
other thing, Behram, what you're saying about this template of 4 seamers, India would have always loved that. But what kind of concern came is when the batters were not doing well. That is why they wanted to shift and wanted someone to bat deep. But now with the way the 8, 9, 10, 11 have done, in the last test we saw Shardul Thakur failed. So the last 3 got about 48 runs. And today these 3 got about Ishant, Shami and Bumrah got 106 runs. And in the first session of day 5, if that builds confidence into Virat, you may see Ashwin come in for Jadeja, or probably he may get an additional batter and go with a 4-pace attack throughout for one test. That may happen if this is the way these 1 or 2 of them can give you runs. To start with 50 runs from these last 4, I think India would be very happy. And today they got double of that.
89 run partnership not out.
Partnership.
89.
Unbeaten partnership.
Oh my God. Those
And
two.
the best part was, Norman, that it did not look as if they were going to get out. Like Shami, the
No.
commentators were calling us a Viv Richards. I know it was. It just did not look like they were going to get out.
And I agree with Behram. That is where England lost the plot. On what line to bowl to them. They probably wanted to just bowl more shorter ones to them to kind of injure them, or whatever the thing was. What happened on third evening with Bumrah and Anderson, probably they got carried away with that. But it was little visible on Joe Root's body language that the runs were just too much, and I think that at that point only he felt the game is gone. Now we need to just play for a draw. But that approach with the bat was also very poor.
Actually, Joe Root's captaincy today was pretty ordinary all round.
Yeah.
His bowling changes, his fielding position. Look, they went ultra defensive. They kept letting both batters get singles. 2 tail enders. They gave them. They should have a regulation gully, not a deep point.
Yeah,
I think
If you don't get wickets,
they tried to do 2 things at the same time. One is prevent runs as well as take wicket. So I think that's where they floundered.
this is an interesting comment. Look at this. We haven't talked about this yet. Sunil Gavaskar said that it's going to be 4-0.
I said
boy.
that a while back.
Yeah, he just said currently it's a 2-man army, one with the bat and one with the ball, Anderson and Root. He just said that. Yeah, he's saying this English batting lineup cannot win test matches for them.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, I do like Bairstow. I think a lot of him. Okay, and Butler did okay today, but what they're missing is true batters around Root. Okay, the man who they should have in that team is Darwin Milan. He is. I know he's a short form of the game. He's the best. He's an exceptional player, and he needs to be given an opportunity now. This is a time when I think Sibley should be dropped. Sibley should go.
Even Ian Morgan, I think he can also do better than many of these players they have.
Who's that?
Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan's probably not going to want to play Test cricket, to be honest with you. That's probably so. What Rory Burns, I think, is worth keeping. Okay, I think he's worth keeping. Sibley should go. They should have Hamid. Give him another chance as an opener. The poor guy came in some very difficult circumstances.
As an opener, probably.
And put Darwin Milan at first drop. That's what I would do. He's got a. I know Darwin Milan personally, and he's an amazing person, and he's a good player, and he's been doing well, and he was in and out of the side. He should be given another chance. James Vince is another one someone's just mentioned. But there's something really wrong with their opening batting. That top 3 is disgraceful. Very inconsistent, very, very poor, very vulnerable. As they did today, 2 ducks. 2 ducks. First time ever in 531 test matches, Munchie said. That's incredible. I thought in the Thompson era, they would have had ducks all over the place, but they didn't.
That's 1,000+ innings.
Wow, amazing. And look, I'm very certain that England are going to have a lot of issues now, especially if Wood's injured. Anderson doesn't look 100%. Broad's gone. Robinson's a good bowler, but he can't do it on his own. They're going to be a little bit. They've lost Archer already. They've lost Ben Stokes.
The only benefit, Norman, now it's an 8-day gap. England has to announce a side. They announced this side only for the first two tests. So they have to announce the side for the next remaining of the series, and there's an 8-day gap. I think this 8-day, if Wood's injury is not serious, then probably he'll be fine to start off with. Anderson will get a good rest. Now they need Anderson. They cannot think of resting Anderson because Broad is completely ruled out. Chris Wokes definitely would come in. Sam Curran, I doubt, will be a starter in the first 11. I think from the bowling perspective, they look fine, but it's the batting lineup. They need to really sort it out. And I'm not sure Bairstow, Butler, by promoting them, they would get the results. Not sure of that.
But as you say, there's one other interesting point, and this is true. In the second innings, both batting and bowling of England, Anderson didn't take a wicket. They rely on it heavily. He took 5 in the first innings and 5 in the first test. He took 5 again. Then the batting, Root got 33, which is it was the highest score, but it was not a good score. Though their two main players failed in the second innings, and both in their batting and bowling efforts, they failed. They are relying too much on those guys. There's no doubt about it.
Norman, see Shanky's comment over here. Just put it up.
Which one?
That's something which I've been Shanky. Comment from Shanky. Yeah.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
That turned them around. Yes, it certainly did. Because had they lost the Sydney Test, the momentum would have shifted. That was a significant turning around point. It was.
This is such a way. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. Batting for it's a very, like yesterday what Pujara and Rahane did. It's a very difficult thing.
And the importance of that 100-run partnership, huge importance for what has happened on day 5. Yes, it was only in the second session in 2 hours, they got only 49 runs. But that is how Pujara plays. Pujara has not changed anything about him, and that actually for this situation really was the best way to play. So I think the level of confidence now, we need to see how they take it to the next test. Pujara, Kohli and Rahane. For Kohli is a huge booster. This win as a captain, I think it's going to reflect on his batting, and I think a big score is around the corner.
Well, India will not change their side now.
Yeah.
The only contention is whether Shardul Thakur gets back in or whether Ashwin gets a Guernsey. If the wicket's not conducive to spin, Ashwin won't get in. Not because he's not good enough a player, but this whole template scenario I've talked about. They've got incredible Agarwal. The poor bugger is not going to get a match. In fact, the batting line, Indian batting line.
I think they all will be sitting.
KL Rahul, man of the match for his 100 on day 1. Yeah.
Maybe the last test match maybe Umesh Yadav might get it. Bowlers, they might.
Yeah, to rest some of the other players. Look, India could well win this 4-0. They could easily do this 4-0. They could. If India want to really make a stamp on things, and they've been wounded by the World Test Championship. They certainly have. They're not happy with losing that. Let's backflip that. Had they played some of the tests of this series before the World Test Championship, India may well have beaten New Zealand. We don't know that now. They may well have beaten them. But anyway, that's happened. They've learned from that.
That's happened, yeah. That's happened.
And look, Kohli, despite being arrogant looking and aggressive looking, he does listen and he does learn, and he listens to advice and adapts and learns, and he's done that. I hope Shastri doesn't go as coach. I really do. I really think he's an important part of this. I'd like to see Shastri go longer.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and watch after World Cup what happens. November.
I don't think I've heard. There's been nothing said that Shastri wants to finish. He may reapply because it's the position will come up again. There's every reason why wouldn't he continue?
The point what people are saying is that there is a rule that you can be a coach. You cannot be a coach if you're more than 60. So even if they continue with Shastri, it will be just 1 year or not even like 10 months or something like that. That's what I understand. But that's
Yeah.
not what the BCCI wants. They want they are looking at a long term. Like someone who will be coach should be at least for 3-4 years.
Okay, I understand that, but so Shastri's not coming in fresh over 60. He's been coaching for this team for a few years now.
Yeah,
He
correct.
deserves to go as long as he wants to, I reckon, because he's got an incredibly modern.
They could
approach to
give
the
him
game.
an
He's not-
extension, but yeah, what Behram is saying is right. They could give him an extension and delay the the succession plan, but yeah, he won't be able to go ahead beyond that age limit that has been put.
Okay, so
Maybe
is
make
Dravid,
him like a senior coach or something.
but Dravid should be the next coach though, surely, after being the India A coach, he should be the next coach, shouldn't he?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, but I think he's doing well where he is. He's the supply chain for India, and that's been very successful. Even that role is very, very critical. We have seen this, and we can only also say thanks to the bio bubble and all the other rules due to COVID, which has showcased all this talent. Siraj is now spearhead. Purely because of the opportunities they got in Australia. So, and everyone gives credit to Rahul Dravid. After Gaba, if you listen to those interviews, everyone is saying it's because of Dravid, all the youngsters, the Gills and the Shaws and all. So I think that role is also very critical. So if they want to move Dravid out of that role, who's going to replace him going to be very important.
So there's Deepish Neve, he wants me to say hello. There's some comments that are coming through which are not very nice, but I won't go through those. Look, Baran, I'll let you go. You've been on for
Yeah,
2
thanks. I was
hours.
about to say that.
Naresh and I will have a bit of a chat together. You go have a break. Thanks, Baran. We'll see you
Bye-bye.
tomorrow.
Bye,
Okay.
Naresh.
Bye,
Norman.
bye, Behram.
Ciao,
Bye,
ciao.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao. Yeah, look, it's been amazing. Look, I'm not trying to overstate Kohli. I'm not just getting on Kohli's bandwagon. I'm actually very honest. I think Kohli has a lot to be given thanks to. He does tend to have antics and he carries on, but you know what?
Yeah.
That whole side goes with him. Really, they do. It really was. And I watched the dressing room. I've always told you about the dressing room antics. We saw it in the IPL where Warner was to one side, remember, and we had Owen Morgan to another. Was dissension there. You could see it. But in the Indian dressing room, Kohli was laughing. Rahane was laughing. They were all carrying on. They were happy campers. Kohli is a bit on the heart of your sleeve. You've got to deal with that sort of character. I don't think Ashwin likes that. Ashwin's body language there was a bit like that. He wasn't very impressed there. There's a dynamic that I don't know, but I think Ashwin and Kohli clash a little bit. Ashwin he likes to be more dominant, and I think there's a bit of a clash there. But overall, Rahane was amazing. I think Rahane's.
I think that that the entire lunch break, that video has gone viral. That was an amazing moment when Shami and Bumrah walked in. The team was not in the gallery. They all were down, waiting to kind of welcome them for that. Yeah,
amazing. And don't forget that it was a masterstroke of Kohli to come back after lunch and then quickly go off the field. That would have thrown both Burns and Sibley into disarray. They would have not known what was going on. Oh, here we are. Gill's back.
Hi, Gurpreet.
Yeah, I actually had to take a break to take a call and to have my dinner. Because after the game, straight away Bharat Army called me, and when the game was on, I really couldn't have my dinner. I was so nervous. So I had my dinner and I joined you guys back again.
Oh boy, I'm very proud of India. I really am. They've absolutely given. England's now fallen into a bit of a heap. Look, Gavaskar saying 4-0, which is a bit bold, but I tell you what, they haven't. It's such a pity that they didn't win the first test because they would have been 2-0 up, and England would have been a mess. And I mentioned earlier, Gil. I was talking to Naresh and Baram. Second innings, Root only got 33 and Anderson got no wickets. That shows the reliance on those two people has affected them. They were very ordinary today.
I have something to add over here.
Yep.
I think Joe Root deserves a lot of criticism for the way he captained today. Not really for his batting, because any batsman can afford a one-odd failure. There are 7 other players who were supposed to bat, and law of averages is supposed to catch up with him at some point or the other. But I genuinely think that the plan by England to bounce out Bumrah and Shami had to do a lot with their egos, with Bumrah doing the same on the evening of the third day, wherein they absolutely lost all sense of the plans that they should have had. Both Bumrah and Shami average less than 10, if I'm not wrong. Bumrah averages 4. And I think in that 20-over partnership that both the players had, I don't think there were, like I said before, I don't think there were hardly 15 or 20 balls that were aimed at the stumps. Only Robinson was, using some of his brains and bowling slower ones and ensuring that they play and miss. But he also didn't bowl on the stumps. I mean, you have to give yourself the best chance to get the batsman out by bowling at the stumps. They didn't do that. And I think it was purely out of the ego, which was hurt after the
Bumrah Anderson incident.
2 overs, that Bumrah and Shami had bowled to Anderson. And it's not just that. They not only lost the plot in the process where, runs were scored, they also risked an injury to Mark Wood, who's such an important bowler for them if you consider the World T20, because Jofra Archer is out for 1 whole year. He's probably out for, he's definitely out for 2021. So I think Joe Root deserves a lot of criticism for just this thing alone, that you risked an injury to Mark Wood and you had no plans at all to dismiss the number 9 and 10 of the Indian batting lineup, and that is where they lost the plot. They were in a good position. They would have. I'm not sure if they would have definitely won if they had restricted India were around 200, 215, because eventually we saw how they batted, but they didn't give themselves the best chance that was possible. And the best chance that was possible was to make sure that they get India out in probably the first 1 hour and then try and chase whatever score that was there. But I just think that they allowed their ego to come in the way of normal bowling plans, and they just lost the plot from there on.
I totally agree. I mean, Joe Root, look, we're going to be careful here because he's an incredible batsman. He's performed brilliantly as a batsman, but he's a rather defensive captain and didn't quite know what to do with this tail, because everyone's been saying, oh, India's got 4 to 5 long tail. They're going to go quickly, blah, blah, blah. First innings, they scored up to 273. They got 80 or 90 in their partnership there. Today, 89 not out with 2 batsmen. Brilliant. I mean, they really did show what to do, and I'm very impressed with them. And yeah, England, they're very defensive.
I'll tell you another thing. When they were bowling into Mohammad Shami's body, the whole field was spread out to Mohammad Shami just for him to just maneuver the ball and take a single. You cannot be allowing easy singles to to any test batsman at this level, not the least of them being number 10 and number 9. So singles were available to Mohammad Shami all the time, and he was just getting behind the ball nicely, and because he had figured out that there's no full delivery coming in to him. There was not a single full delivery which was bowled to Mohammad Shami at his stumps. It was bowled to Jasprit Bumrah on a couple of occasions where he was able to put that drive, but I don't remember Mohammad Shami facing a single foolish delivery on his stumps for the first probably 30-35 balls that he faced. That is just all kinds of basics going wrong in terms of test match bowling. How can you not attack a batsman's stumps or his pads early on in the innings? That's just poor from whatever way you want to call it.
It's interesting because Joe Root's gone into it. Joe Root's, he's a very decent man. Okay, he's taken defeat on the chin. He comes out and faces the interview. You've got to give him credit for that. I like Joe Root a lot. His captaincy was a bit under question today, but they can't rely on Joe Root's batting alone. They've got some serious. Their top 3. Yeah. As we found out today, was the first time that the 2 openers got ducks in the entire England history of batting. You knew that, Gills. You heard that stat, didn't you? This is the first time that England had 2 ducks.
2 ducks, yeah.
Never happened before. That's quite.
Oh, I
Go on.
didn't know that, but I'm not surprised that it has happened. There was a stat today which said that the number of ducks that Sibley and Burns have had in their short careers, it is the same as the number of ducks that Alistair Cook has had in his 161 Test match career. Let me look. Let me look and find that stat in a while. I'll give you that exact number.
Oh, look, it's
Yeah.
pretty awful all round. I mean, but they've dropped Crawley. Oh, he's just gone. He's dropped Crawley, Naresh. They've dropped Crawley.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel sorry for Crawley a little bit, but he may. I don't know whether they'll do this, but Hamid probably needs another go. He needs to be there again. He probably will open next match. Back you.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's
I
see.
was
They
trying
have to
to.
announce. Yeah. No,
I
you were
was
saying
trying to
Gurpreet,
look
they
for
have to
that
announce
stat.
Yeah. Good.
I was thinking I was trying to look for that stat, but because I've joined in from my mobile, it just exited me from the browser. So I'll probably share it, in the comments later on.
But the reality is, England have to very seriously look at their batting order. We were talking about India dropping Rahane and the like. Well, neither of those guys are going anywhere. They're going to be left in that side. Their innings yesterday, albeit slow, was pretty significant. I'm just while we're talking on a sec, you guys talk for a second. Give me a sec.
No, we were talking, Gurpreet, about they have to announce the side now, right? This side was for first two tests. So England has to come with the side for the next three. They have to announce 8 days gap, and most important is going to be how they're going to sort out their batting lineup, especially the top three.
I think if
That's the biggest thing.
I think another change might happen. If Vokes is available, they'll bring him in, and they'll probably replace Sam Curran because. And I'm not saying this because he's got a king pair in this test match. I'm saying this because he's not been that effective as a bowler in these two test matches. And pitches have been slightly on the slower side, and with his pace, he's become quite easy for India to face. And this is where the difference comes in the English and the Indian bowling attack. Like you see, you take a look at who's the third or the fourth change seamer. In these attacks for India, it is Ishant and Siraj, and for New Zealand, it was a Jamieson and a Wagner, followed by a Colin de Grandhomme in these conditions, which is what makes the difference. And Sam Curran isn't in that quality. I still think he's more of an all-rounder. I think of Sam Curran as someone who's like Ravindra Jadeja in our setup, in the Indian setup. I don't think he's a complete bowler. So I think somewhere they might play Vokes, and I don't know, maybe if we also don't know what is the status of Mark Wood's injury. So it could be that Saqib might come in, Saqib Mahmood, and England might play Jack Leach as well because Moeen Ali didn't really trouble India in this test match, except for taking that wicket of Rahane and Jadeja late in the day. But I think that sort of a wicket can be taken by Jack Leach as well if conditions are favorable. So if Vokes might come in, or they might play Vokes along with Sam Curran and drop one of the paces and play Leach. We never know because also Headingley is one ground where Jack Leach has made a name for himself through that one single that he scored versus Australia in that famous Test match back in 2019 Ashes. So you never know, but I'm not sure what are the options that England have really in the top three. Who, if Sibley goes out, who comes in? I'm not sure of that.
Yeah, some great points. I mean, look, England are going to have to do some real soul searching in this selection process. They've got some real issues there that they probably didn't expect. That's been exposed by this loss. I've just heard the words that I just listened to the media conference of Joe Root, and he said this match is a bitter pill to swallow. It's quite a serious. It's really rocked England because England were doing so well. India had the momentum of most of the first match, a rained out draw. Second match, India had the momentum again, but England arrested that. And it looked like they were in ascendancy after day 3. Even the day 4, we were still talking about. But then the backflip, as what David Gravely said, was a shock. This has really exposed all their weaknesses in one hit. Their batting weaknesses, the bowling weaknesses based on injury. I think you'll find that Mark Wood's injured more than he is letting on. He couldn't even get up on his right shoulder. That's not good, is it?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. So
surprising to see him come to the field. He should have not come today after the injury yesterday.
And I think the only reason why he was brought today to bowl was to pepper Indian tail with the short stuff. While it is a good idea or a good ploy if you have a fit bowler, but to do that, especially against when you've already got the opposition 8 down, and especially when the purpose of bowling the short ball is to use it as a surprise. And even if you're bowling the short one, you have to mix it up with the fuller one to make sure that the batsmen don't move forward and then probably get out LBW or bowled. But again, that is something that really didn't happen today because there weren't enough full balls to mix it up with the short delivery. The Indian tailenders knew what was coming in, and a lot of these short balls weren't even directed well enough. If you see, there was only a couple I think that hit them on the shoulder or on the helmet. Neither were the shot. And to ask Mark Wood to do that when he's already injured, like I said, it's not the best of things, especially considering Jofra's out for the entire year, and we know how good Mark Wood is in T20s, where you really need someone who can hit the deck very hard. Because when you have that much pace, you can take on the likes of big hitters like Pollard, Russell, Punts, whosoever. You name any finisher, and I don't think any finisher is comfortable with short stuff coming at him at 150 clicks. So like I said, Joe Root deserves a lot of criticism for the decisions that were taken in the first hour today, first hour of the first session. He's batted brilliantly, but today's decisions through him are worthy of a lot of criticism. And I tweeted one thing that had Virat done it, he would have been crucified by Indian fans, by fans overseas, fans abroad, because he's also the kind of personality everyone wants to pick on, because he's so much in your face when his team is on top that there's an uncomfortable feeling of being bullied. If I might, I don't know if it's the right word, but
it is the right word.
Yeah. So
look,
I think.
Sorry, go on. Keep going.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think this is where someone like a Joe Root or a Kane Williamson, just because of the perception that they're nice guys, get away with a lot of criticism, because this Mark Wood's injury, not only puts England into a position of concern going into the next 3 Test matches, but it could potentially spoil the World T20 for them as well.
Absolutely, very well said. I mean, this was a bizarre situation because he didn't enter the field initially, did he? At all. That's an immediate alarm bell. If he was able to bowl as he did, why didn't he enter the field at the beginning? It's intriguing, And look, Mark Wood, give him some credit. He, despite his injury, bowled a couple of 150 plus deliveries, which is pretty hard to do. But he couldn't even land on his shoulder. The injury, I'm going to say this now, I'd be surprised if we see Mark Wood again for the series, or at least for a period of time. I don't think 8 or 9 days will be long enough. If he can't even fall on his shoulder, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, and other thing, Gurkirat, I don't see Anderson playing all the 5 Test matches.
No.
With Broad out, there is now a lot of pressure on Anderson. With Wood injured, Broad out, I don't think Anderson can go on for all the tests.
England will have to bring in Ollie Stone at some point of time. I'm surprised why he's not even in the squad for the first 2 Test matches, because he had done brilliantly versus India in that Chennai Test. He was getting a lot of good carries. So we might see Ollie Stone coming in or Craig Overton coming in, in the squad for the next Test.
Overton is in the squad, so probably he may come into play in the 11. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know he was in the squad.
Yeah,
he was
fielding his reserves. Yeah, yesterday and today he was doing some fielding. Yeah.
But okay, we must not forget that there's been a reliance on. And I think David Gravely said it. He thought Root would have a great match because if Anderson was out, which he ended up playing, and Broad was out, that there would be a freedom of their bowling attack. He felt that there was a lot of reliance on Broad and Anderson all the times. But now that they're out, that would have helped them. But in fact, it didn't. The reality is that Robinson's not quite there yet. He's certainly close. He's a good bowler. Sam Curran's failed, you would argue. They need Chris Wokes back pretty badly, I'd say. And they also need Ben Stokes, and Ben's not coming. England are really exposed now. If India play their cards right, they could they could certainly win the series, but they could actually really thump this series.
But the one thing is that I'd want as an Indian fan, I'd want the batsmen to put the bowlers into a position where they really don't have to stretch themselves, because bowling the way the 5 Indian bowlers did, or rather 4, it would have taken a lot out of them. They would probably want in the next test match that if India bat first, the batsmen actually bat big and put a 400 or 450 score, because that would have eased a lot of things for India. And I know Pujara and Rahane have scored runs yesterday, but you'd like them to carry this good form in the next 3 test matches, because we've seen them come good when there's a time of crisis. But why do you want a time of crisis in the first place, when it is completely avoidable? If the both of them had probably batted well in the first innings and even added 20-30 runs, India would have been so comfortable in this test match that they could have given themselves even more overs to bowl out England. So you'd really want the batsmen to take a little bit of more responsibility and provide some sort of a relief to the lower order and the bowlers, because you don't want your bowlers to be under pressure all the time, because again, like I said, the law of averages will also catch up with them at some point of time. It's not that they will give unbelievable performances day in and day out. There are going to be days when they might also concede 400 or 450 odd runs. How will the batsmen then bounce back from that? So it is very important that one of 3, 4, 5 gets 100 in the next 3 test matches. I don't care who gets it, but it's very important that they do, because the openers have clicked. Jadeja has scored a 50. Pant has had some contributions here and there. He's had a 40. He's had a 30. So he's ensuring that the scoreboard gets moving when he comes out to bat. But now it's important that the 3, 4, 5 play one big innings each, or maybe carry the batting along, because you really can't be relying on 6, 7, 8 to bail you out every time.
No, that's true, but it still shows a team effort that's probably lacked in Indian teams over the decades. There's a team contribution.
Because if you see, almost everyone has chipped in with some performance or the other. Even Virat scored a 40 odd in the first innings. Jadeja scored a 40 odd in the first innings. Pant scored 73 and 23. He's also contributed 60 runs in one way or the other. When you're winning matches by 100, 150 odd runs, all sort of contributions matter. All bowlers have picked up wickets. Shami probably wasn't great in the first innings despite taking 2 wickets, but he did provide you with the early breakthrough and probably would have got 1 more wicket had the catch been held. Bumrah, again, he didn't get any wickets in the first innings, but he got 3 very important wickets. In fact, 1 wicket on Joe Root is big enough, probably equivalent to 3 or 4 wickets, and then he got that Robinson wicket. So this, it's very hard to pick one match winner or one performance from anyone in the Indian side to say, okay, this was the game changer or this was an impact changer, because you take out any single contribution from any of the 11 players and probably this match would have been drawn.
Yeah, it's interesting with Rahul getting the man of the match.
We've almost forgotten that Rohit also played brilliantly on day 1 and scored 83. So that's what I'm saying. You cannot really pick out any single contribution from anyone in the team and say, okay, India would have probably been able to do without this contribution. They wouldn't have.
Well, see, if I'm going to tell you who I think was player of the match, it wasn't based on batting and bowling figures. It was Virat Kohli. I truly think, he should have been player of the match for his captaincy, because I think we don't, the dressing room antics that you see of Kohli, very upbeat dressing room. The team being downstairs after when they come off the bat from the batting, the decision to play after lunch, all built upon that performance. He would have been right up Siraj to have a great day, right up Bumrah to have a great day. Really, he's kept India on track despite a rather difficult test. When Root batted really well, they were down. Yeah. They were 27 behind.
If I tweeted today that under Virat there have been a few wins like this where the camera has been always on him. You look back at Bangalore 27, the test match where Steve Smith had that brain fade where he was referring to the dressing room whether he wants to take the review or not, or you look back at Johannesburg 2018, or you look back at this test match. The kind of dimension that Virat Kohli adds to the spectacle through his body language is a camera producer's delight or a cameraman's delight. I even had someone like Hemant Buch, who's a director for Sony, on my show, and I asked him straight up. I said, "Is there a Kohli cam?" So he says that there has to be a camera on the captain, especially when there are important moments happening in the game. But he said that if you have someone like Kohli, who has so many different expressions, who lives each and every moment, how can you not have a camera on him? Because the whole story or the whole tempo of the match can be, showed from his expressions and how his body language is, whether he's celebrating or whether he's upset or whether he's angry. He just, is the perfect guy to be on the camera because he allows those he allows for those expressions to come on the camera and tell a story, which is what happened today as well. That anytime you look at the drop catch that he did, you should have seen he was probably the most disappointed guy. He probably would have wanted to dug a hole from himself, and if India had drawn that test match, he probably would have. I don't know, he might have even cried on the ground. So then you look at his celebrations, and then you should have seen him celebrating when Bumrah and Shami were scoring those runs. He was celebrating like a kid. You look at how he, lapped into Ishant Sharma's after he took that best wicket. So he has such a energy about him. He has such a childlike energy about him that is so good to see. Especially as a fan, because you just get that he might not be scoring runs. He might not be doing his best in his primary skill, but he's completely whole heart into it and, provides 100% that he can.
And what you basically confirmed for me is Rahul played well, Siraj played well, Shami played well, but Kohli should have been given the player of the match. I don't think you often get a player of the match for your captaincy, but you know what? In a team that's played well,
MS Dhoni actually got an award once for his captaincy. It was versus Pakistan in 2010, in 2013 in an ODI game in Delhi. MS Dhoni did actually get it once.
So again, Rahul, I'm not knocking him for his score, but if you're going to give him the player of the match, you should have given Joe Root the player of the match because he got more runs than him at 180 not out. You can be player of the match and not be in the winning side, by the way.
Yeah, I think earlier it used to be for the best performance in the game, but I think increasingly what's being done is that you award it to someone from the winning side, which I'm not sure should always be the case. And there's another thing. Sometimes we tend to say that okay, performances in win matter more than performances in losses, but KL Rahul's innings or KL Rahul's century resulted in 100 because there were contributions from other 10 people in the Indian, right? But Joe Root's didn't because no one contributed from the English team when they had to bat 60 overs. But in no way can you say or can anyone say that Joe Root's innings was lesser than KL Rahul's. No, because KL Rahul still had support. Joe Root didn't really have it. So that is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes we have this narrative that a performance in a win is obviously better than a performance in a loss. But I'd say that a performance in a loss is sometimes even better than a performance in a win, because when you perform in a loss, you're actually rising above the level of your teammates and being probably the single one who's competing, which was the case in this match with respect to Joe Root.
It's an intriguing one. I guess the player of the match awards they shouldn't be taken as the biggest thing of the match, really. And it's
Oh yeah.
Most players of the match say, look, I was one of 3 guys that should have got it. They don't necessarily think that it was them anyway. The reality was there were quite a few. I mean, Shami's performance, really, that blew me away. It blew me away. Really did. And
Shami,
and
Siraj
Siraj,
has been brilliant.
well,
Yeah.
Siraj's 4 wickets in that innings really won them the match too.
Yeah.
Really.
He took 4 in the first innings as well, 8 wickets in the match.
And Bumrah got 4 and 5 in the first match. They both
And who can somebody just look at Siraj performing and tell them that he's not even played 10 test matches yet? This is his 7th test match. 7th test match.
A lot of people were saying, weren't they? Oh, what he did in Australia, he won't be selected again. Even I remember Chris Vernon saying that Washington Sundar, Akshar Patel will never be selected again. It included Siraj in that. Well, Siraj is now, you would argue Siraj should never be out of the side.
He's the future, considering how Ishant Sharma's 32, 33. He's already played 103 test matches. Also, something, a word for Ishant Sharma. I personally didn't think that he was at his best. I thought he lacked rhythm. I thought he was probably not completely fit either, because I felt that he was not completing his run up, and he was probably bowling 3 to 4 kilometers slower than what he usually does. But still, 3 crucial breakthroughs in the first innings: the wicket of Butler, Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, and then 2 crucial wickets in this innings as well. It just tells you that experience is something that you can never quantify in these things, because even when he was not as at his best, it was not as if he was giving loose deliveries. He was still testing the batsman, and that is something that all the upcoming bowlers who will come in the Indian setup will learn a lot from Ishant Sharma, because there are a lot of bowlers who are also like him, tall, fast, pacey. Someone like an Avesh Khan can learn so much from Ishant Sharma if he's just taken as a net bowler along with the Indian team. Same for Prasad Krishna. I have no doubts about it. Same for Shardul Thakur. So uh, Ishant Sharma deserves a lot of credit for the performance he's put in, despite what I feel was when he was not 100% fit.
Oh, look, I mean, the whole Indian bowling lineup, Indian bowling, it's a renaissance. They've got so many good bowlers now. Some that are coming close to their end, but they're really in a great position, and they've got plenty in the tank, so to speak, there to back them up as well. Very, very pleasing time. Do you think India will change their side for next match?
They might, because I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure of Ishant Sharma's fitness. I'm not sure, how much toll has this performance has taken on the bodies of Shami and Bumrah. India have to be very mindful of the fact that Bumrah is going to be very important for them from a World T20 point of view as well. So I'm not sure if India can afford both Shami and Bumrah to play all 5 test matches. So I think one of Shami, Bumrah, and Ishant might have to sit out purely from a rotation point of view, or to manage their workloads. So
So are you saying Shardul will come in, or maybe even Shadov?
it's a difficult one to say, because you'll also have to look at the wicket, because I still feel that India should play Ashwin, because as far as I'm concerned, the 3 best bowlers that India have are Bumrah, Ishant, and Ashwin, and he should play. I think Ashwin should play regardless of what the conditions are. So if India feel that they might have to rest one of the pacers, then I think Ashwin should come in, and Ashwin coming in will only strengthen the tail. I don't think any of the 4 pacers are a better batsman than Ashwin, and he'll also add another dimension to the bowling attack, because for some reason Jadeja is not getting that purchase, and he's also not being trusted enough by Kohli to bowl a longish spell as well. I mean, now in 3 test matches, Jadeja has only bowled a longest spell of 6 overs, and in these last 4 innings, he's not gotten a wicket. India haven't taken a wicket by spin, and like I said before, you can't always expect your pacers to bail you out. So India have to strengthen that spin department slightly more. And I also feel that Jadeja performs much better when he knows that he has the support of Ashwin at the other end. And probably you can say the same for Ashwin as well, because when you have these two bowlers bowling in tandem where no one's giving an inch, it creates a different sort of pressure. And I thought that Jadeja was getting into some kind of rhythm today once again when he had Joe Root moving around the crease, but then Virat Kohli, switched once again. So if India do think of rotating or resting one of Ishant, Shami, and Bumrah, then I think Ashwin should come in.
Do you know, guys, I've been on for 3 hours and we've still got 100 people watching.
That's very, very wonderful. Yeah.
It's amazing. Obviously India won. I understand people are very excited to share that, but it's a great. I can't believe it. I've done 4 hours earlier today and 3 hours now. Last time, but I love this. I'm fine. I just love this, and we've got great.
There's a break now. There's a well-deserved break for you also for a couple of days at least. There's a break, 8 days break for the test. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I'll need a break. So, Gil, you can leave now. Certainly. Thanks, Gil. And Naresh, if you wish to leave, it's up to you. You can leave as well. It's up to you guys. I'm happy to finish up without you guys. So thank you, Gil, for coming. And Gil, stop gloating. Stop gloating now. Don't you? Just because you're the best in the world now, is that what you're thinking? What is this?
No. I'm not the best in the world. I'm just thinking about how it might have been to be a fan of the Australian cricket team and back in the 2000s and till 2007 90s and the 2000s, and being a fan of the Indian cricket team seems quite similar. So I think it's good that you enjoy the success of the Indian cricket team now, because if you would only enjoying the success of Australian cricket team, you wouldn't be so happy. So yeah, I mean that's all I have to say.
All right. Thanks, Gil. Thanks, mate.
Okay.
I'll also take a leave, Norman.
All right, Naresh. Thank you again. It's always great to have you on. Anytime.
Sure.
Take care.
Thank you, Norman. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, another day of incredible cricket, guys. I've been on for 3 hours. We've had an incredible audience. We've got 86 people watching right now. It certainly has been an amazing win by India. All sessions went. Manu Johnson, all 3 sessions went to India. They certainly did. India absolutely smashed them. Absolutely smashed them. And David Graveney said earlier today that he came out saying the word shocked. Nobody expected this result. It's quite an incredible situation. India have deserved this immensely. Let's look at the fact that they're 1-0 up after 2 matches. They could have been 2-0 up. They could easily win another 2, if not 3 test matches. It's going to be quite impressive the way they are. So if Stokes, Woakes, Broad and Archer are 100% fit to play this match, India would lose this match. That's not necessarily true. Woakes and Stokes certainly, but they may have made a difference. They would have made a difference for sure, but they're not there. We can say, well, what about if this player's there or that player's there? They're not. So the reality is India's stuck to their guns with their team, and it's been fantastic. India's team has been deserved. Rahane and Pujara should stay. Kohli is the captain for as long as he wants to be. The most successful captain ever for India, with probably close to 60% winning ratio, probably higher than that now. He's been captain for 63 tests, if not 64. I'm not sure how many, at least 63 tests, more than any other Indian captain's ever captained India. He's been the most successful captain more than any other ever captain, any Indian captain has captained India. Better than Dhoni, better than Ganguly, better than Azharuddin, better than Dev. He's done better than anyone. Let's understand how good Kohli is, guys. He's going to get in as one of your best ever. Not just in tests. In ODI and T20, he's the best. Still the best. Test matches, he's got the likes of Williamson and Root, who are his equals. Root's captaincy that day was awful, but Williamson's captaincy in the World Test Championship was good. So they're his equals, but he's the best overall. There's no doubt about that. Root was not man of the match because he was in the losing side, let's be fair, but yeah. England, what without? Okay, so that's a lot to be said there. A lot to be said there, guys. A lot to be said. Just looking at the situation here. I'm going to go another 7 minutes, guys, and then I'll stop. Janasia did nothing for me. He got 50-odd runs in there when he batted. I'm sure Janasia is an important part of the side. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think India will change the line other than through injury. Maybe they may rest Ishant Sharma, but there's no other changes going to occur. Janasia's probably going to stay there. They're not going to change their side. They're very, very cleverly keeping to the same side. That's a good side. Will Sky be deployed in the third test? No way. Why would you put Sky on the side? India just won the test match handsomely. Sky's not coming in the side. Fahari and Agarwal are in front of him anyway, and Rahul's staying. Pujara and Rahane are staying. Kohli's obviously staying, so there'll be no changes. There's no batting lineup changes. There's no need to. They just won the match convincingly. Convincingly. Very well. 151 runs or something they won by. Very convincing result. Indeed. Incredible. The performance was incredible by India. They really deserved everything they got. And we've been talking to a lot of people that we've spoken to. We've had, David Gravendy came on, Apar Nasani, Naresh, Gill, Baram. I think that's about it. That's quite a few. There's 5 people came on. At least 5 people. So it's pretty impressive, guys. Any questions? Any questions? Any spammers that are no good are going to be blocked, okay? A king pair, Asher Jain, is where a person gets out for a golden duck in both innings in a test. Sam Curran got out for a golden duck in both innings. That's called a king pair. King pair. That's what it is. Yeah, Pakistan should have taken it there. They should have won that match. Pity they did. There's some bad comments going on. I'm just going to block you. So just don't do it, please. Any questions, guys? Ask me some questions. I'm going to go 5 minutes more. No questions? Test cricket is cruel sometimes. It is. It was certainly cruel for England today. Root was angry when he got out today. He was, well, understandably so. He loves his batting. You mean anyone who got out for anyone who gets out, if you get out for you get out for golden duck. You get out first ball in both innings of the test match. It's called a king pair. Golden duck, first ball, duck. No, not every duck. 2 ducks is 2 ducks. You get out for a pair, it's 2 ducks. But a king pair is 2 golden ducks. Okay. I mentioned before, but Darwin Milan, he should be in the side. I think he should be given a go. England will learn their lesson and come back strong in the third one. Well, you'd hope so for their sake. They got a fair bit of. I mean, Saqib Mahmood may be someone who may be selected for sure. Yeah, Siraj is an amazing lucky charm. Huge lucky charm. Huge lucky charm. Huge lucky charm. Yeah, England were in front on the 4th day. Third and 4th day, they were in front. They were in charge. It looked like we were concerned whether India would survive today. Well, they actually not only survived, they won. Himanshu Chaudhary, you know what it's like. Jason Roy, well, he may come in. He's a short form specialist. Though in Milan, I think will probably come in too. What do you think about Bumrah Anderson? I think it was a great lot of fun. I think there was a bit of banter. Well, all this time was backfired in England. Whereas Vince Hales is not coming back. Roy Jennings, there's some great people there. Sai Krishna feels for Hashim Amid. Well, I do too a little bit. But he'll probably open and he'll get a better chance next time. Well, Ben Stokes come now. Ben Stokes is out for the entire series and probably even into the Ashes. I still believe in bowlers are not as sharp as Anderson Stewart brought in. They had batsmen on the edge at all time. No, those two, Anderson brought a great, the best two in the world ever. But yeah, Bumrah and Siraj look pretty good. England still have an undercooked test day. They do. They're going to really have a good think about their test day because they may lose a lot more matches after this. Because they put too much responsibility on Root and too much responsibility on Anderson now, that especially Broad's not around. So. Well, guys, there's plenty of people here. Where is Wokes and folks? Well, Chris Wokes is injured. Surajit Malik. He was meant to come back for the test match, but didn't. They brought in Moeen Ali. I think you'll see Chris Wokes back for the next match. Ben Foakes is also injured. His is slightly more longer term. In my view, Harry should be back in the middle or at least once. Hard to drop. It's almost impossible to drop Rahane and Pujara. But it's been a long time. Well, no, Rahane and Pujara are not going anywhere. Rich Sterling is the best batsman in the England side. He's standing alone, for sure. Is there a possible chance next test in England team? Possible change in England team. There's going to be quite a few, I would imagine. And replacement for Woodmate if his injury continues. I think good chance he won't be playing. His injury may be more severe than with what happened between Butler and Bumrah. It's just a lot of banter. It was also between Anderson and Bumrah. Do you see Shubman Gill in the inside now? Well, he's going to find it hard to get back in with Rahul batting so well, isn't he? But Gill will eventually get back in, don't worry. All right, guys, any more questions? After today's performance, his captain is under question, if you ask me. Yeah, Sam Carr, those two wickets were great. Virat, he was just, it would have been egging him on saying, you're not as tough as you look, and who knows what they would have said, it doesn't really matter. It was just in banter, purely banter. Anyone that's online now, if you don't mind, if you've been watching this channel and you've enjoyed it, please view, like, and share the posts. Make sure you subscribe. Hit the subscribe button, please. And also hit the notification button for future. We'll have a debrief of this tomorrow. I'll have the likes of David Graven here from the former England chairman of selectors, his words were he was shocked. So it was quite incredible. We'll have a number of ex-players. Monty, you may be able to come on and have a chat about it too. So view, like, and share the posts. Subscribe, please. If you're online now, there's 104 people on. Please, all of you, please go and subscribe because this channel deserves some subscribers. Please spend a moment now before talking any further. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification button. Be able to see my Twitter handle and my so-called Twitter handle and Instagram handle. I'm on LinkedIn as well. Eyes on Cricket. Norman Costing is here to stay. I've been on for 3 hours and 18 minutes, guys. I was on for 4 hours earlier today. I'm very proud of what I do, and I'm hopefully you can actually enjoy it. Himanshu Chaudhary, will England give a green top certainly? Well, they may well do, but it will suit India's bowlers as well, with Siraj and Bumrah, for God's sake. It's been a great day. Superb day, guys. Very interesting day indeed. So please look at lots of good videos there that you can look at. Again, view, like, and share the videos. And also, I'm going to put together, I'm going to street talk one going. My famous one is my street talk, guys, where I get a hold of people. I do a collaboration with Sri Harsha Cricket. We get together and we do quite a bit of a good collaboration. So certainly a lot of good things to talk. We should just see what They usually put out some good stuff. Very true. Historic win. Very, very, very true. Great victory. Let's have a look there. What else has he got up there? I'm just going to post a few of these great things in my post there. This is very, very, very good place to be. In my community page. Have you been on my community page? Certainly worth noting. There's been a lot of great commentary today from a lot of good people, and we certainly deserve to see a lot more of this happening. It's been fantastic. I'm just going to post that post there about King Coley. Some great posts today. Very big win, guys, indeed. The Indian Pacers did very well today. Siraj took another 4 wickets. Bumrah took 3. Shami took 2. And Sharma took 2 and Shami took 1. And he also got runs. They've done very well, by the way, guys. And Kohli's captaincy needs to be celebrated. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And KL Rahul, he'll stay in the team. India. He played particularly well. He set the scene early for India. He set the tone. Even though England came back, he set the tone beautifully. So there's a lot of great posts there. Some great posts. Absolutely some great posts. I can hear koalas coming up. So historic one. We've got incredible bowling. There's so many good stats coming out here, guys. Got some kookaburras coming up. Some kookaburras are waking up with me. It's now 6 in the morning here in Australia. Been a great session, guys. Really, really enjoyed it. Okay, we're going to keep posting away. We're going to keep enjoying this amazing event. Let's get some good feedback going. Should Root open for England at number 4? No, I think Root's going to stay right where he is, Manu John. I think he's going to still stay at 4. That's his spot. That's his spot. He shouldn't go anywhere else. Great captaincy from King Coley. King Coley, very worthwhile description. Brilliant captaincy. Yeah, he the way that he did things was quite admirable today, guys. It was really, really good. Nothing to be concerned about. He did a great job. Give me some thoughts, guys. Robinson, Siraj, clash kept Test match alive. It certainly did. You got to give it to Robinson. He gave it back. It was a bit of a combo, wasn't it? Bit of a combination. Great effort all round. Really, seriously, great effort. Should Pujara improve his batting skills for these conditions? Well, Pujara, again, that 100 partnership was quite significant, guys. Remember, it was pretty significant. It wasn't something to be sneezed at. It was not something to be sneezed at. Not something to be sneezed at all. Great performance, guys. Really was. Let's have a look here. Can we see Ben Stokes and Archer in the next test? No, Ben Stokes is injured for the Ramkrishna Katari. Ben Stokes is gone. He's got mental illness problems. He'll be gone. He's got a finger injury as well. He's out for the series. Archer's out indefinitely. He's got a stress fracture in his elbow yet again. He's got a bone growth in his elbow. He's had operations, chronic injury. He may never play again. Which test match can you see Ashwin playing? I don't think he's going to play for. He may well not play until the last test. at this stage is not sure whether he's going to play. Not because he's not good enough, because they've got a great team as it is now for the conditions. The template for the conditions. You will laugh at me when I heard the word king pairs. So in cricket commentary, I thought it meant something like great honour. No, just as you know, I'll explain it to you. Poor tactics in the morning, absolutely. Himanshu Chaudhary, if England's openers clicked, England will definitely score 450. Your views? Well, they didn't click, so it was irrelevant. I think Pujara just saved his spots. Well and truly, Pujara and Rahane got a 100-run partnership. Put that in their context. Today, 89 from Shami and Bumrah were nuts. Well, those two did it yesterday when they probably needed the most. If we would have lost those wickets, they wouldn't have got more than 100 on front, and England would have won easily. It was a very important partnership. It was a stretching a little bit too much, but it worked out perfectly. Mentally disintegrated England. Michael Vaughan's critics were takes for Taylor. For Taylor's, yeah, I agree. No, it wasn't too much. Virat's press match conference, I don't know where it is, but we won't be getting it. It won't be coming out publicly because we don't release them. Only the BCCI controls them. Okay. What did Bumrah say to the umpire? He would have been pleading with the rubbish that he was hearing because he was being egged on, and he just gave it straight back. Let's be honest. So that's what you are, a gentleman. Thank you, Asher Jane. I appreciate that. Guys, ask me questions, otherwise I'm going to go. You can ask me questions, otherwise I'm going, because we've talked about this already for 3 hours. 3 hours. You think India is the best team currently in the world cricket? Absolutely. Has to be. Has to be. Has to be. In Test cricket, yes. New Zealand won the World Test Championship, but India's regaining their form, and they'll play New Zealand in a couple months' time after the IPL and the World Cup, and they'll show their wares there at home. Good question. I don't think Anderson was 100% fit. I truly don't think Anderson was 100% fit, guys. Don't think Anderson was 100% fit. England will certainly get a better side and they'll come back. I think Saqib Mahmood might be an interesting one for them. If Shadul was fit to play this with him in picked Suraj. No, I don't think not in place of Siraj, maybe in front of Ishant Sharma, but it doesn't matter now, he wasn't. It would be great if India won the match on an Independence Day freedom. It would have been a good touch, but it's still in the same week. I don't think we will see Silverback getting in the remaining matches. No, I don't think so either. No way. Love you, Virat. I do too. I don't tell you how they played very well. There's a captain thing, but it was worthy of man of the match. This game of cricket is very cool. 20 hours before it looked like England victory. It's a great comment. Great comment. Will Kohli ever score his elusive century? Himanshu Chaudhary scored many centuries as captain now. That's why we're talking about importance. He'll score centuries. He'll score plenty of centuries. What are the possible options England can look at for their top order? Well, you may see Darwin Malad come into play. You may see Hamid go with the opener simply out. Crawley may even be brought back. We don't know. But yeah, they're in a bit of a mess actually. There's no cohesion. There's no combination there. 2 ducks from their openers. That's not a good start by any means. By any means. There's some pretty good videos out there. Joe Root's interview I was interested to listen to because he does talk about a bit of pill to swallow. India has a bad day on World Test final. Say India show the best 10 and 1 in the world. I think so. I think you're right. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. What, in your opinion, was the turning point of the game today? Well, you'd have to look at the way that Shami and Bumrah batted, because what they did, they turned the momentum totally around. England knew from that point onwards they weren't going to win the match. And they became very negative, and they then ended up getting out for a very paltry score. And, that's the reality of it. That's one of the, that's that whole attitude of Bumrah, like, certainly didn't help their cause. Something a lot to be said for that. Absolutely. Come on, guys. Anyone that's online now, please, if you please subscribe. Kylie was the man of the match. I shocked D'Artagnan. That's exactly what I said, my exact words. He was the true man of the match. Absolutely. Guys, get me up. Hit the subscribe button, please. There's 80 of you online. Are all 80 of you subscribed? Please subscribe. Go to the subscribe button and hit it. Subscribed. And then you got the notification button. You got me at Norm Koch for Twitter and Instagram. LinkedIn, I'm on Norman Kochnik there as well. What a place. At the home of cricket, they won the match against England on a day when they really weren't expected to win, but they did. Brilliant. No, Mahesh Pilal, I don't think there's going to be any changes to 11. Only based on injury, maybe. They might bring players in. That's all. Bumrah and Jadeja need to work on no ball. Yeah, that's true. Bumrah had a bit of a shocker with a no ball. In the open, scored a century up to the Carl Rowles, and he probably was worthy of the man of the match. He has certainly put great position on himself. We stuffed it. So Jadeja and Bumrah, no balls could cost into the match. They didn't. Rooch said he can't afford one sentence with a bat like that today, even if he played good cricket for 5 days. Exactly. Very impressive indeed. Again, anyone joining here now, please subscribe. If you're online now and you're listening to me, I've been on for 3.5 hours. I want you to help me out by subscribing, please, and hit the notification button and share this with everybody, please. I think I deserve it, and I'm being fair. Please subscribe. If the 93 of you that are listening now, after 3.5 hours, after such a great day of victory, I've supported you greatly. I think Collie's great. Hit the subscribe button, please. Do me a favour. Your thoughts on cutting 2 points based on slow road? That was awful. England will have to change that. I think Sibley's basically days are numbered. Pujara's in and he's in and deserves to be in. England seem to have top order issues. You think they were players that can address that problem? Well, Darwin Milan's one. Probably putting Hamid to opener might be another. Abhishek Sharma, thank you. I'm going to subscribe. Unkit Vishwakaran, thank you. Colin did that's wonderful. With Pujara playing slow and it's really necessary. Yeah, I know. I think he did a good job. 100 partnership was extremely important, as it's turned out. Root took the whole responsibility on his shoulders after losing the match. So I'm a great captain. Yeah, that's a pretty commendable situation. Absolutely. Vera is the worst player. Fine, Gabby, I don't agree with you. Your thoughts on New Zealand T20 World Cup? Well, New Zealand, England, India, West Indies, and either Pakistan or New Zealand. That's the top 4 for me. If it's a dry pitch, Ashwin might play, but at this point, it looks like he won't play. Can Stuart Broad play at Leeds? No, he's injured. Your Instagram ID is at Norm Koch. My Instagram ID is at Norm Koch. At Norm Koch. Tom Sibley, poor technical quality swing bowling. Yeah, he wasn't. He nicked the ball. He went straight off the pitch without even waiting for the decision. Yeah, that was quite incredible. Yes, guys, please help me. Show me that you support me. I have supported India. I was on for 4 hours before the match. I've been on 3.5 hours now. subscribe. Show me that you support me. Subscribe costs you nothing. Do me that favour, okay? And pass the word around. What's next for England? England are in a bit of a mess, guys. Really, England are in a massive mess. England are in a massive, massive mess. They've got a lot of decisions to make. It's now sunlight out here in Australia. It's 6:18 in the morning. I've enjoyed this immensely. What a day. India should be proud of it. It's not probably as significant as the Gabba test, but it's right up there. This is a magnificent performance indeed. Absolutely amazing performance. Not only Bairstow, Melbourne, Ali, both of these wickets were great. Who opens the next match for England? I think Rory Burns will keep his position. I think he will. I don't know whether Sibley will. Hamid might jump to opener. They might throw Darwin Milan at first shot. You can't win test matches by making racist comments and throwing champagne corks. Winners don't sledge like Australia and England. We let our cricket do the talking. What do you say? Agree. Agree totally. Agree 100%. It makes me very proud of the way that Kohli led the forces. Well, the mood for the Ashes is the same. England and Australia will have a great series. They're going to miss Ben Stokes and the likes of Jofra Archer. Mark Wood's important to them. They're going to be fit. Anderson's important to be fit. And Root can't be relied on with the batting. So Australia's got a hell of a lot more work to do. A hell of a lot more work to do. A hell of a lot more work to do. Australia's in a mess too. Australia hasn't played a test match since the Gabba test. That's a long time ago. A long, long time ago. Thanks, guys, for subscribing. But please, the 90 of you that are there now, hit the subscribe button now. I want you to help me by subscribing because it costs you nothing. I've spent a lot of time. Miracles always happen sometimes. Children, I agree with you totally, mate. Follow your post, the Aussie. It's amazing work. Thank you, Umesh Dr. Chad. I remember you, actually. Should Pujara Rahane have something to prove? They're not anymore. I love your passion for good work, cricket. You deserve more so than we want you now. And please, you can help. Algie Alfonso, you can help by telling people about it. Send a link through WhatsApp. Send a link to my page. Say, listen to this guy, subscribe. Then you can help me out. You can help me by sending out to your colleagues, your friends through WhatsApp, through Facebook Messenger, through email, through whatever connections you've got. Word of mouth. Tell people about this channel. Well, I'm here to support you guys. We actually, the first 2 hours of the day's play, we ball for ball, we were talking. That was great to have. It's a great feeling. I've got a lot of great people. I have David Gravity. Wait until we'll have a post-match session discussion, probably tomorrow about 5, 6 p.m., something like that, Indian time. We'll have a chat about this match and we'll talk about the ramifications of this, because there are a lot of ramifications of this indeed. I've been on for 3.5 hours, guys. Support me. I support you. You support me. Help me, please, guys. I really, really would appreciate it. Look at this lovely book from Seagull. One of them we saw. There's a lovely book there from Sri Lanka and my favourite Rabbitohs set. I need a drink, not an alcoholic drink. I've got a lovely watermelon juice actually in the fridge. I might have that. Certainly has been a wonderful day, guys. Wonderful, wonderful day for India. Wonderful day for cricket, more importantly. What do you think about England players tampering the ball? Well, they've got their own dessert, haven't they? When Australia did the sandpaper gate, they've fallen away since then. England start to tamper the ball, they're going to fall away. You do wrong things, it comes back at you. It's called karma. We all know that. Australia has not recovered from sandpaper gate. Warner and Smith are still carrying on with their antics. Even to this day, Warner still, as he was dropped from the Sunrisers under because of some pretty arrogance in cricket doesn't work. Kohli's is not arrogance. Kohli's is aggression, desire to win, getting under the skin of the opposition. Some amazing traits. There's 100 of you online now, guys. Go to my subscribe button and hit subscribe. I want to see evidence on it. Show me now the evidence. Subscribe and hit the notification button. We're going to have a lot of great sessions. Tomorrow I'll have a debrief with David Grave, and he will have, hopefully Monty will be there. I'll get Adam. We'll get a few English people to talk with their perspective. We'll get a few other Indian commentary on it as well. We'll get a real good thing happening. I had a great couple of days, guys. It's been great. Absolutely great. There's plenty of other videos I've done, guys. I've done videos with Jeff Thompson, Moni Panasan, Deep Description, I had a good chat. Bori Majunda, who's one of your best commentators ever. A lot to be said. A lot to be said about this. A lot to be said. An amazing, amazing series. A lot of great things, guys. A lot of great things indeed. Let me look at some views here. Your views on the performance of Joe Root and other English basketball. Look, Joe Root batted fantastically. 189, brilliant. 9,000 plus runs, second most highest score for England. He's a tremendous player. It hurts seeing your favourite player get engaged. I love Anderson. Well, yeah, but he's still got some years to go, it looks like. Mark Wood, as a legend of the game, will lead pace attack if he keeps if he doesn't injure himself, yes. Difference between Duke, SG, and Kookaburra balls. Why different balls in different countries? Great question. Well, Kookaburra balls are a lot lighter, bigger seam. Duke balls are a lot heavier, darker in colour, and they swing more. SG balls are sort of in between both. Courses for conditions. SG ball doesn't last as long. Duke ball doesn't last as long. Kookaburra lasts a little bit longer. Do you see Ashwin coming back to the side of this series? Maybe not. Not because he's not good enough. It's just the template, as Coley says, is not right for Ashwin. No, it's not a problem. This is England. It's not India. Is that Sachin with you in the picture? Yes, it is Sachin. It is Sachin. There it is up there. I can't really see it. There. That's Sachin. You're right. That is Sachin. The biggest turning point was Root winning the toss and fielding first. What do you say? Certainly was up there. There's a lot of turning points. Ollie Pope should make a comeback. Well, he may well come back into the side. We'll see how he goes. Either drop Pujara. Interesting. That won't happen. So now it's like announced his retirement. They can't find a good opener. After Kapil Dev or Ganguly announced retirement in the year, they never found out all three format fast bowling. All right. True. England's two players team. That's true. They're a bit reliant on those two. Owen, Ali, our Sam for next at least. Yeah. Your views on the intent of Pujara. He's played an important role despite what you think. Ben Stokes would have made a big difference to the bowling, batting dynamics, the balance of the side. He was extremely important to India, to England. Pujara is still facing. I think he's still a very important part of this team. Very important part of the team. Very important part of the team. I think the main trophy is held back by it's shared to each winning country, but they have a replica that's given to the country generally. Then they have it for a time, but the replica is given. I'm now in fact in the hotel industry. What England can do now, they have to go back to the drawing board. Ashwin will contain runs and also, well, why don't you see that on a very important two-in team? It's a hard one. It's a very hard one to not select Ashwin. Don't get me wrong, but they can't have both Jadeja and Ashwin on the side, and that's what the problem was, and that's what they've done, and that's worked. England, what is your prediction for next match? I think India. Will England come back? They'll come back, but I think India's going to be in this. Burns needs some runs. He does, but Sibley's out before him. The biggest problem for England is that Sam Curran, King Pear got out first ball both innings. It's overwhelming. Guys, are you subscribing? Are you subscribing? Hit the subscribe button. Show me you're faithful to me. Subscribe. He may get a chance when they rest some of the bowlers. Yeah, East to West India are the best. East to West India are the best. I like that. Very important to help me out by subscribing, guys. I really, really appreciate it. Big time. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for subscribing. England need good, solid openers. They certainly do. I know you did, Krishna. So I remember you. I remember you were involved before. I know you were. Well, Axel Patel got an opportunity. Maybe not. What role will the weather conditions play in the, as what it has done so far? Where did England go wrong? My God, good question. They were doing really well until the last day. They were extremely defensive today. Extremely. They pushed back. They pushed back the field placements. They allowed Bumrah and Sharma to get singles and twos and get runs at will, and then build their innings. And the bowling department, batting department, they panicked. They panicked. They didn't know how to handle it. They, again, were ultra defensive and to fail them. And bat naturally, except for Root. Root couldn't do it by himself the whole time. That's the problem. Okay, who are you? Unknown fact of hotel industry. I need to know who you are. Where is Joe Root wrong today? Well, basically, Joe Root went wrong because he was defensive all the way through. Is that Virat playing mine? Exactly. Very clever. Extremely astute action by Virat Kohli. Should England go for a new lineup for the next? They will have to expect pitches to be similar to Lord's. Yeah, I think so. Siraj is here to come and his fight. Exactly. Yeah, from India, well, they need to know your name. Will the absence of Broad create an impact in England bowling? Absolutely. Because he's, again, in tandem with... It's a bit like Jadeja and Ashwin, Anderson and Broad. Very clever. Because Abhishek, what they had was the fieldings that went out. They've gone back to lunch. They've gone out. They're going to go back in. That's going to get ready to go back out. Very disturbing to them. And it works. Both the openers got out for a duck. Well, probably Chris Wokes. Joe Root did not have a good day today. That's true. Shouldn't be rain so today. Exactly. England initially 2-0 up, shouldn't they? Right, guys. I'm conscious of time now. I think I've just about had enough, guys. I think I have to go. I'm enjoying this though. Don't get me wrong. It certainly wasn't like what. It was. Bumrah was slings by Butler, and Bumrah didn't like it. He played critically well. I think so. Oh boy. Yeah, the turning point certainly was Bumrah's partnership. Absolutely agree. Yeah, that's true. Some great comments here, guys. Don't needle Kohli because they were giving England were giving India heaps to run. Oh, God, I'm physically starting to feel it now, guys. I think you need some look for around us. Ben Stokes has certainly lost. So I hope you're doing good on you and your loved ones. I say thank you, Suffolk. I appreciate that. Maybe you need to drop for Joe. What you're thinking? No. Harsh bowling and they're not dropping him. Has England not prepared well? Compulsion because it is predicted that tour not playing with it well. Yeah. All right, guys. If anyone's online that hasn't subscribed, subscribe. Get me up there. All right. Pitch and head England will be very similar. It'll be fast tracked. Sam Carter will be gone. COVID situation city is not good. We've got 500 a day. Chris Wokes will come in. Yep. After breaking his 2 minutes. Yep. Hi, Ardu. How are you? Butler should go too. No. Has England prepared well? No, I'm not going to drop. No. Great statement. We're going to end on that. I think so, guys. Test cricket certainly did win today. It certainly did. But I think so. Good night, sir. Nova Sky will not be played at the Hartman will be given another match. Throwing champagne corks. That's what they deserve. You're right. I think Chris Wokes and not Stokes in the series. I agree. Aditya Narayan. I agree. Your thoughts on Rishabh Pant? Still like him a lot. Didn't know well today, but he was still like one of the most tactical captains in cricket. It certainly was, despite England losing this test when I'm looking back. But that could well be the case. But it's going to be Stokes and they're going to be Stokes. England will do well in the Ashes, don't worry. Australia's very wayward at the moment. How many matches since last year England played? A lot. Jadeja was not able to pick wickets. That's true. England fans misbehaving and it's so wrong. I agree. They need to. Yeah, that's true. All right. All right, guys. I think I've had enough. I've got to go. It's almost been 4 hours. Should both teams go for a proper spin in the next game? If the pitch deserves it, yes, but it doesn't look like the Headling pitch will. Leeds will hate last ones. Ashwin only again if the appropriate conditions suit him, yes. Hamid will probably stay with Burns, similarly we dropped, and they'll bring either Crawley back, put Ollie Pope in, or potentially go with Milan. All right, guys. Thank you for joining. Anyone that's joining us now, please make sure you subscribe to my channel, Eyes on Cricket with Norman Koshik. I have merchandise like this hat, the jacket there. If you can see the jacket, I'm wearing a jacket there as well. I've got shirts. I've got everything happening. See, I've got the hat, the jacket. Take the jacket off. I've got the shirt there. So there's the hat, the shirt, so the hat, the shirt, and then the jacket. Oh. Hit like, come on, Gandhi Krishna, Mohan, I agree with you, mate. So who will be your first seamer for England if Wood and Curran are dropped? Wood will be injured more than dropped. I think Saqib Mahmood will come in. No, that's a problem. Is that a save-all book? It certainly is right there. Great, you should get a hold of it, guys. Okay, let's get this subscribership going, guys. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't. Every eye on cricket's in your address. Thank you. After Alistair Cook retirement, England have done. Yeah, I agree. Hamid should get more chances. He will. What about Ollie Pope? I think you're right. Both Hamid and Ollie Pope should be in. Ollie Pope's probably happy that he didn't play today. It's been a great day, guys. What do you think? Did you enjoy the day? It's got promise. Looser England. Yeah, I think the absence of Ben Stokes, agree. Suraya Kumar. Yeah, he's got to wait his turn. See you next game. I subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Thank you, Harsh Belay. I really appreciate that. Make sure if you're online now and you haven't subscribed, subscribe. And hit my Instagram at Norm Koch and my Twitter as well. Absolutely stunning day. Absolutely was a great stunning day. You're right. What tactics will be taken by Root for third test match? Should bat first and if he wins the top? Yeah, he should always bat first when you win the toss. I'm afraid that's what you should always do. And Kylie's quite happy to lose the toss, so he keeps winning matches. Why cricketers don't uproot the middle stuff after victory? They do, because it's a souvenir. It's a souvenir. Phenomenal numbers, guys. You really supported well. So what do you think will come of this? This is Colley's greatest victory with the team. Nothing special, but this one special. Well put. I would agree with this. Yep. I like England, Australia. I will depend on Steve Smith. Yeah, this is the beauty of Test cricket. So England should groom Garton. Who's Garton? I'm not sure who that is. Good comments. Just replying to some of the comments, guys. There's some great comments here, guys. Oh, is he? I don't know much about Garton. Well, let's see where he gets in. Started with Anderson and ended with Anderson. This is why Test cricket is the best. True. So what's your thoughts on the upcoming T20 World Cup? India, England, West Indies, and either Pakistan, New Zealand. India will win, even if it's true. That's true. The fire is truly lit. India should be looking at 2-3-0. I agree. Give a grassy, green pitch at Henley. Yes, they will. It won't matter. That's true. He did too. If it's better for him, more Indian players should go to America and strengthen America's stocks. Does short pitch bowling work in England like it does Australia? No, not really. England could win the match if bowlers can't. Yeah, he didn't. Barwesh, just I think I remember before. What do you think of India's team aggression towards Robson? Fantastic. Go for it. No problems at all. All right, guys, how are we going with time? Go to this Joe Root conversation. It's quite interesting one. You should go to that. You'll enjoy that. Big mistakes during batting, certainly. Any changes to the third test thing? Quite a few. There'll be Darwin Malayan will probably go in. Ollie Pope will come back. Maybe Sakim Mahmood will come in. Agreed. Just the pitch wears. It wears and tears. It has to happen. Has to happen. Anyone that's there now that is on the channel, please, if you're here listening to me after 3 hours, it's almost 4 hours I've been on, give me some credit and subscribe to me. Hit the notification button. Go to my Norm Koch Instagram and also to my Twitter handle and in my LinkedIn if you wish. But certainly subscribe, guys. Show me your efforts by subscribing. Well done. It's good that you actually support me, guys. So what should they need to? Okay, I'll have a look at that one. Well, they're going to change. They're going to get a better batting lineup. Their bowling's still pretty good. Second, Mahmood may get a Guernsey because Wood and Anderson and Broad are all injured in some way, shape, or another. All right, anyone that's on the line who's not subscribed, subscribe, please. Joe Root accepted that in your whatever. Have you been to Headling Leeds? Yes, I have. If you notice, England lost 3 batsmen have not scored much compared to India's last 3. Yep, exactly. Nick Knight said India has to play with what they've got, not one's waiting in the wings, unfortunately. I love India. That's a good point. Ratish Gaming, have you subscribed? Do England players need behaviour training? Probably both sides do, but they won't be getting it. All right, guys, that's enough. I've got to go. I can't continue. This is too much. It's now 6:45 in the morning. Any thoughts about the Major League Cricket of USA? It's fantastic. I hope it goes better and better. I hope it goes well. What about Wokesy? Wokesy will be back next match. What about happens if Gakko cricket fans? He's still playing all right. Good night. Keep us level. Vijay, good. All right, guys. Anyone that's online now, out of the 65 that are left now, make sure you go and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Eyes on Cricket with Norman Kochnick. Eyes on Cricket with Norman Kochnick. Eyes on Cricket with Norman Kochnick. My Instagram is at Norman Koch. My Twitter is at Norman Koch. Norman Kochnick's my LinkedIn channel. I've got a Facebook page as well. Ollie Byrne, he may, he's all right. The sledging is nothing compared to Australia sledging. I think, that well, exactly. Australia sledging is probably the best. In your opinion, do you think it was a 5th-day pitch, the pressure on Swallow? Yeah, it was all the pressure. Momentum as well. 8 to 10 day break. Fix that sleep. Thank you. I will. Already subscribed. Thank you. Get your best team. Absolutely. All right. Bumrah was great today. I'm worried about Ashes if England plays like this. Oh, Ashes Stokes. Exactly. There's a lot of problems there. A lot of problems. Back in a sec, guys. I'm just gonna get myself a drink. I need a drink, guys. Give me a sec. Back in a sec, all right? You can follow me if you want to, but I'm just gonna be here. I'm back, guys. I've got me some watermelon juice. I need it up to 4 hours on air. I need it. Any other comments, guys? Don't worry. Don't work with Indians. I'm all right. Yeah, it doesn't. They tend to get it right back. The Indian team is, I think it's Ricky Ponting's team. Yeah, they've got a lot of power in their game. How do you manage your sleep? Take care. Well, after someone will be sleeping a long time. Oh, cheers. This is actually a form of, look at this. This is a form of watermelon juice. I am, but it's 2 hours in the morning for you. What changes would you make for things when it ashes? Oh, they got a lot of changes. Without Ben Stokes, Ben Folkes has to come in as a keeper. Darwin Malay needs to come in there. They need to keep Crawley. All right. He did marry a girl with Indian origin, so did Sean Tate. Nice going in. I think any women are the most beautiful girls in the world. Is it orange juice? No, it's not harsh. It is actually, have a look. Watermelon juice. See, watermelon juice. I think sledging's good. If it's done without being personal, it's good. I mean, Shane Warne was the master of it. That's why he got so many wickets, because he was an extremely good sledger. He would sledge the batsmen as they're walking in the pitch. Daryl Cullinane was a classic for that. All right. All right, guys. Sunil Gavaskar on air told England team should change. Should change apart from Root. For sure. It certainly is.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for your time, Joe. Given how the day started, with yourselves as marginal,
It's got a certain things done here.
Is this a bit of a pill to swallow? Absolutely, yeah. And I think even after that first hour, I felt like we were in kind of the game and control of things.
Bit of pill to swallow, he's saying.
As captain, tactically, I think there's things slightly differently. Given the time again, may have gone about things slightly differently. But I think from a bowling perspective, throughout this game, we put everything into it. We performed very well for large periods of that second innings.
It's interesting to hear that interview.
And it's just disappointing that we didn't manage to close out that innings how we could have. Was the partnership between Shami and Bumrah the pivotal moment of the game, do you think? Yeah, I think it was, without question.
So Bumrah Shami partnership was the pivotal partnership.
And just finally, how do you assess the batting? Would you have expected yourselves to you backed yourselves to see out the last two sessions?
It certainly is interesting that they're thinking very. Joe Root's a decent bloke. He's a great player, but England have relied too heavily on him. And we can't do that on one player. It's too much pressure on one player to bear. Ben Stokes left the team when his presence could have most benefited England. Yeah, he did, but he's got mental illness, Christian Moore. You can't. His father passed away. He's suffering from all of that. You got to understand that it's not an easy situation to be going through for anyone. Why England Open is so fragile? Good question. Their trigger is so different. They have Stuart Clark started late career and early. True. So the England Open is an amazing one. Rory Burns and Sibley were mucked up going out in the field, going back and forth. That was great tactics from Coley. Great tactics. How do I get the player interviews? Because I'm a part of the media part. That's why. So 3-7. That was 4, then 1-9, then 3-5, then 3-7. Good numbers, guys. Good numbers. The player interviews, because I'm with the England ECB mailing list and I get them. Briefly on the Pakistan and Windies match, it was Windies survived. They won, but Pakistan came right back and probably should have won the match, but they just missed out. Mosen Reed's not good and good with his enormous talent. Those on Reed could be anything. It could be the captain of Australia, as far as I'm concerned. He's a great person, great player. Lives up the road. Certainly can't knock that. Ask me a question, guys. My age. What about COVID cases in the USA? I'm actually in Australia. Is there any health issue I'm taking the ball? No, I'm getting my second vaccine in 3 days, actually. The Pfizer, I'm fine. What would I have been? I would have been a model. Can't you see? I would have been a model. Joking. All right, guys. I might have to call it quits. All right. I can't believe how many people are here. You still got. What's the first change you see in England next match? Ollie Pope will come in. Hamid will go to open. Sibley will be out. Probably Darwin Milan will come in as well. England's batting. Yeah, Ollie Pope's got to come in. They've got to bring in Darwin Milan, in my opinion. No. Root's pretty. He plays late under his helmet. That's the key. And he guides balls through. He lets the ball come onto the bat and uses the pace of the ball. That's what he does. All right, guys, I've got to go. Okay, so anyone that's online now, hit the subscribe button, please. Hit the subscribe button and subscribe to my YouTube channel. See you again next time. It's been fantastic. I'm going to have to get some sleep. Rahane, Pajara, my take, they're in the side, they're not going. So view my channel, subscribe to my channel. Anyone of the 55 people now, go straight to that page there. And okay, we'll go. Okay. Yeah, there was some ball champ. Love your stream. Thank you. Sir Rim is about to tell us that you want to. There's certain ball champ. They stood on the ball. They try to rough the ball up by standing on it. After sandpaper, I'm sick of ball tampering. This is the 37th Test win for Kohli. He's been captain for 63 of them, so that's pretty damn good. All right, guys, let you go, guys. Let me go. But any of the 60 people that are here, now, please view, like, and share the post. Share through WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, email services. But subscribe to the channel now. Subscribe now. Hit the notification button. I'll have another session tomorrow with a lot of English commentary about a lot of famous English people like David Graving. So at Norman Kochnick is my Twitter and my Instagram handle. I'm going to say goodbye now, guys. I really have to. All the best, guys. We'll see each other very soon. Good night.